distinguished guests, industry leaders, innovators. Over the past couple of years, the world didn't just pause, it reset. And when travel returned, it didn't come back the same. Today, travel is not just one of the fastest recovering industries, it is one of the fastest evolving. And to begin, may I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting, marking the auspicious inauguration of the WION Iconic Travel and Tourism Summit in association with Red Hat Communications. May I please request Ms. Jyoti Mayal, CEO, Red Hat Communications, and Chairperson, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, Mr. Ravi Gosain, President of the Indian Association of Tour Operators, Mr. Balbir Mayal, Advisor, Red Hat Communications, Mr. Chandan Manshrami, Vice Chair, India Convention Promotion Bureau, Subhash Goyal, ex-president of the Indian Association of Tour Operators, and Rabin Sharma, our managing editor, WION World is One. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed a very auspicious moment. We're stepping into the world of travel and tourism 2026. What this year has to offer, lots of exciting discussions, elements lined up for you today. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for gracing the occasion and the stage. In 2026 alone, millions of travelers across the world are not just planning trips, they are prioritizing them. Now, for nearly 3/4 of younger travelers, travel is no longer a luxury. It is a non-negotiable. But what's truly interesting is this. It's not just how much people are traveling, it's how and why they are traveling. Now, we're seeing the rise of a very different kind of traveler today. Someone who is more aware, more intentional, and far more curious. Now, travel today is becoming more immersive and personal. It's about experiencing more. While travelers want convenience, they don't want to lose control. They still want authenticity. They still seek human connection. And as these expectations change, the industry has to evolve with them and adapt to a world where experiences matter more than itineraries. And this is what we call Tourism 4.0. A phrase where every part of the journey, from discovery to experience to memory, is being reimagined. And that is exactly why we are here today. The iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026 is not just about discussing trends. It's about understanding where the industry is headed and how can we shape that future together. And that journey begins right here. Welcome to WION Iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026 in association with Red Hat Communications.
Beach vacations or mountain retreats, cultural immersion or religious pilgrimages, a family getaway, or an adventurous solo escape. Every traveler has a purpose and a dream to explore the unexplored, a dream to spend time with loved ones, a dream to find solace in nature walking. Yet, across every journey, one thing stands out distinctly: India's travel story, which is evolving one vacation at a time. To decode India's changing tourism landscape, we bring together diverse voices with distinctive on-ground perspectives on travel and tourism. 5 power-packed sessions under one roof, and themes that matter the most. From navigating global travel disruptions to understanding how cultures and local communities are redefining destinations. From adopting artificial intelligence and tech-driven technologies to witnessing how Indian women are reshaping the narrative. By moving from being passive travelers to primary decision makers, prioritizing safety, autonomy, and experience. Meet these incredible explorers and changemakers shaping the future of travel and tourism. Welcome to the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026, a one-stop destination where ambitious ideas converge into actionable strategies, shaping stronger policies and even deeper domestic and global connectivity. Because being iconic means creating an impact that remains forever.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the context for today's iconic Travel and Tourism Summit, it is my privilege to invite a very distinguished voice from the world of travel and tourism ecosystem. Please put your hands together for Ms. Jyoti Mayal, who's the chairperson of the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council and CEO of Red Hat Communications, a leader who has consistently worked towards strengthening industry standards and skill development. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nikita. Good morning, namaskar to everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's such a lovely sight in front of me. It's so beautiful to see a house full early in the morning. And I saw a lot of you here before time, which says a lot for this industry. I used to always say that, we have to really drive all our industry members out of the house in the morning here, especially in Delhi. But I see that change, and I think it's a beautiful change that's come into this industry of ours. So once again, namaskar to each one of you, distinguished guests, colleagues, and pioneers of the travel fraternity. We bring together the WION Iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026 in collaboration with Red Hat Communications, one of the many which we will be doing in India and globally with the best learned speakers domestically and internationally. It has been my vision to make our industry future ready, and together with each one of you present to be part of the growth story. Standing here today, I'm reminded that our industry has always been the world's greatest storyteller. For decades, we sold dreams woven from the threads of geography, culture, and hospitality. But as we stand at the threshold of Tourism 4.0, the very language of our stories is changing. We are moving from the era of service with a smile to service with a pulse, a digital pulse that beats with data, connectivity, and intelligence. I have spent many years navigating the cycles of this industry, from the early days of manual ticketing to the explosions of the OTA. I have seen us weather geopolitical shifts, economic downturns, and global health crisis. If there is one thing I have learned, it is that resilience is not a passive state. It is not something that you have. It is something you build. Coding the resilience of the new tomorrow isn't just a catchy theme of the summit. For those of us who have steered this industry through its many iterations, it is a survival mandate. And I see so many of you dons and pioneers of this industry here. Resilience is not about bouncing back. It's about building forward. Tourism 4.0 must also mean resilience in the face of disruptions, whether they are technological, cultural, or global shocks that test the very fabric of travel. In this new matrix, our code is our commitment to excellence, and our program is the seamless journey of the traveler. Tourism 4.0 is the industrial revolution of travel. It is the fusion of the physical and the digital. To code this resilience, we must focus on 3 specific algorithms. First, I would say, is hyper-personalization through the big data, because the modern traveler doesn't want a package. They want a profile-perfect experience. By leveraging AI and IoT, we can predict needs before the guest even realizes them. Resilience here means being so well integrated into the traveler's digital life that we become indispensable. Second, I would say, is the smart destinations and infrastructure, as we must utilize tech to manage over-tourism and environmental impact. A resilient tomorrow is a sustainable one. Sensors, real-time flow management, and digital twins of our heritage sites allow us to preserve the very beauty as well. Third, I would say, is the blockchain of trust, because in an age of misinformation, security and transparency are our currency. From contactless biometrics to secure, decentralized payment systems, we are coding a world where the traveler feels safe the moment they leave their homes. As chairperson of the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, I must pause here. You cannot code resilience without the human hardware. And I have my CEO sitting here and must point this to THSC. Technology is the how, because people are the why. Tourism 4.0 is not about technology alone. It is about coding resilience with culture and community. As we embrace automation and AI, our workforce is facing a seismic shift. Our mission at THSC is to ensure that our youth and our women are not left behind in this digital curve. Upskilling is the new currency, and we are transforming traditional roles into tech hospitality hybrids. The soft skill edge, as machines take over the routine, the high touch becomes more valuable than the high tech. Empathy, cultural nuance, and crisis management are things and a line of code cannot replace. Empowering the grassroots, as resilience is coded from the bottom up. By training our rural homestays and local guides in the digital literacy, we ensure the benefits of Tourism 4.0 reach the last mile in India. In my journey with TAI and across various industry platforms, I have seen that the greatest barrier to resilience isn't a lack of technology. It is a lack of collaboration. We cannot code tomorrow in silos. We need an open source mindset. Government, industry, and skill councils working as one operating systems. We need policies that encourage innovation while protecting the worker. We need business models that value long-term sustainability over short-term surges. Ladies and gentlemen, the new tomorrow is already being written as I speak. The question is, are we the ones writing the code, or are we just character in someone else's program? Let us choose to be the coders. Let today's summit emphasize our thoughts in our discussion and our topics. Tourism 4.0 means resilience in disruption, redefining destinations, reimagining tourism with tech and human touch, and celebrating women leaders cruising to success. Let us embrace the truth of solo female travelers. She travels, she posts, as a narrative of empowerment. The resilience of Indian tourism isn't just in our monuments or our mountains. It is in our ability to adapt, to skill, and to lead. In closing, I will just say, high tech means high heart, and resilience means coded in culture. Thank you, namaskar, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mayal. You've truly set the tone of the summit very high, and we're so looking forward to all the discussions and elements that we have planned for you today. Now, WION as a channel, we ourselves have a lot of diversity, And we do highlight a lot of elements in the world of travel, aviation, automobiles. So here's a quick snapshot for you about all the work that we do, because we love travel, we love hospitality, we love to explore. So here's a quick snapshot of all the work that we do.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing, it's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive. At these times.
Well, like as highlighted before, we are always on the move, as you just saw. Now we begin our first session that brings together leaders who are at the forefront of managing change in travel.
Traveling has become unpredictable, especially when conflicts and economic uncertainty shake the world. Today, travel isn't just about where you go, but what you face along the way. War zones are expanding, and global tensions are affecting the tourism industry. What was once easy now feels highly unsafe. So the question is, how do we adapt to the changing circumstances? With better planning, policies, and stronger systems, the travel and tourism industry can be made resilient. Join us as we explore a discussion with industry experts to keep the world moving despite the global travel disruption.
And to guide the first panel discussion forward, I'm delighted to call on stage my colleague, Shivin Chanana, who's going to moderate this panel discussion. And joining Shivin on stage are esteemed dignitaries, Nikhil Sharma, Managing Director and COO, South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group, Mr. Sandeep. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have Mr. Sandeep Dwivedi, Managing Director, Amadeus, South Asia. And joining us, we also have Mr. J.B. Singh, Director, Interglobe Air Transport and President and CEO, Interglobe Hotels. We also have Mr. Manish Puri, Head of Global Sales, Air India and Air India Express. Thank you all for your time and for joining us today. Over to you, Shivan.
Thank you, Nikita. Well, our first topic, and this is, I would find, not the most upbeat one, because disruptions has really caused, it's been a dampener for everyone, because tourism, travel, it's that cutoff that you want. For work, if you're traveling, it's that extension of your work that you want to excel, to grow. In every way, travel helps. There's no denying that. There's no debate in that. But when there is a disruption, where do you take it from there? But before we start, anytime there's been a disruption in the last couple of years, in the last few months, there are geopolitical tensions, airspace closures, route changes, economic issues. The first toll, usually, it's the aviation sector. And if anyone disagrees, please come in. And this is not going to be a monologue for anybody. We'd like to keep this discussive. And everybody from the audience, most welcome to come in anywhere if you want. But Manish, let me start with you. I wanted to understand, from all the, I think the mic would be on. Go ahead. Yeah, but Manish, every time there's been any kind of a disruption, the aviation sector would perhaps be the first to take that role in terms of domestic travel, international travel, any which way. I wanted to just understand from you. And you can also answer that on a more personal, experiential level in terms of Air India and otherwise. What's been the biggest disruption if we just look at the last 2 to 3 years?
Thank you, Jyoti and WION to call me for this panel discussion. First of all, today we have first year of Pahalgam incident which happened, so my condolences to all who lost their loved ones. And actually, the disruption started from that day, and one after the other, while it includes the Air India incident, and then some stability in between. Then there was a disruption in December, and then obviously this Gulf Middle East crisis. You're right, it impacts aviation, as hospitality are the first ones, not only from the budget cuts, which usually a traveler tends to do. And then post-COVID, aviation and hospitality saw a pent-up demand also. Couple of years, the demand had gone up, and we saw some good times after a very bad couple of years in COVID. What it impacts Air India or aviation is multifold. We already had a Pak airspace closure for us. And then after this Middle East crisis, the journey of a flight which goes to Europe or US has significantly gone up. It only doesn't mean higher fuel cost. It has much more complexity in it. We have a crew restriction which is there, where a particular crew can fly a particular number of hours. And if a flight goes, the same aircraft which used to take 13 hours, it start taking around 17 hours or 18 hours. There is immediately a shortage of crew as well, the cockpit crew and cabin crew also. So you have to further curtail your operations and bring down the number of frequencies just to maintain the schedule integrity. Apart from the Middle East crisis, there is this last 1.5 years, because of the geopolitical and India-US probably economic uncertainty which is there. The overall long-haul travel has got impacted. India-US for Air India particularly is a big market for us. And as we transform with getting more and more wide-body aircrafts, Europe and US remains a very critical aspect of the business. But yes, we need to see a little longer view of everything what is there. We need to see the silver lining of that. Once this crisis gets over, hopefully everybody who has curtailed their travel will again come back with a pent-up demand. And that's the time where as the ecosystem we'll probably bounce back. But yes, currently the disruptions are impacting the travel, the schedule, and the leisure travel specifically.
Mr. Singh, let me come to you next. Pent-up demand, is that the silver lining, as Manish mentioned? Because as of now, of course, last year was rather chaotic. This year, we've seen enough happen already. But, as someone who's worked across aviation, hospitality, and logistics, you've seen disruption across different domains. I wanted to understand which one of these has proven to be most resilient. Let's take it in a more positive light from here.
Yeah, so, pent-up demand obviously is there. We saw that post-COVID, the industry in India just took off in every area. But that's also reflective of how our economy is doing. The economy is growing, it's sustainable, there's trade, there's commerce, the within India economy is very, very strong. So that is also there. In fact, I would sometimes joke in the office when you were seeing your 2030 plans and you saw this big hole over 2 years, and if you drew a dotted line, the economy was just running on track, demand was running exactly the way you predicted it to be in 2022 or 23, and it continues to grow. So I think that's one very, very important thing. And even if we look at it from a global basis, tourism is going to contribute 11% to global GDP by 2033, and will grow to 16 trillion from the current 11 trillion. So there's general growth. I think that's one. And your second question, logistics is the strongest. It's just the nature of the business. It's not as regulated as aviation. You can move goods and services around. Does get impacted by tariffs and stuff like that, but generally there's a need to move things around. That doesn't mean that supply was not constrained. When supply gets constrained due to variety of things, it kicks in inflationary issues and things like that. Hospitality is the next resilient one. It's got underlying asset base. It has the ability to pivot into local domestic market, like what you said. There's a lot of hyper-localization that happens. We saw that in COVID. And then, the margins are better over time. So that becomes possibly the next more resilient one. Also, it also depends what kind of disruptions are there. Like in pandemic, everybody got hit. Aviation takes the brunt of it. And I think Manish explained it very eloquently. There are multiple issues, and most importantly, regulatory issues. You alluded to the crew hours, but look at the current situation. There's massive demand coming into the Far East, but you can't deploy capacity because of air services agreement, multi-bilateral issues, and stuff like that. So yeah, aviation does end up taking a hit. But then the good news is it all bounces back super fast. Economy is growing. Overall growth projections continue to remain very, very solid.
Nikhil, as far as operational impact is concerned, you have a large South Asia portfolio. In the last 12 to 18 months, I wanted to understand from you, operational impact in terms of that, which has been the largest, which has been the least in terms of your, of all that's under your purview?
Thanks, Shivin. Firstly, congratulations to WION and Jyoti for the iconic summit. And I must say her welcome note kind of encompassed almost everything. Coming to Radisson and the last 12 to 18 months, first, I think disruptions and crises are here to stay, right? You've been hearing it. It's just how resilient and how ready are you? And I think today the country is far more resilient and ready from that perspective. If you were to look at the current West Asia crisis, a few fundamentals before that, India continues to be domestic. The metros and tier 1 cities have 85% consumption. And if you go to tier 2, tier 3, the consumption of domestic tourists is as high as 95 to 97%. So hugely resilient from that perspective. But that said, of course, global currencies, global travel does have an effect. So currently, if you look at it same time last year, Bangalore and Hyderabad are trailing behind by 25 to 27% from an occupancy RevPAR perspective. And that's just the nature of the business, right? But you're not seeing that impact if you go into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. They continue to be resilient. Same time last year, as a brand, we're doing 3 to 4% higher than same time last year. So that's really where we are.
That's great news, isn't it? That's great.
That is great news.
Absolutely. Sandeep, let me come to you with that now. Travelers, and all of us here have traveled in some way or the other. Do you feel, or when you look at a traveler base, do you find travelers becoming more resilient given the challenges that we are all facing in some form or the other, from your own perspective, if you can share with us.
So, hello. Yeah, good afternoon. So, I think what Nikhil also mentioned, see, disruption is becoming a new normal norm now. Means whether we go back, means
made peace with it by now.
Yeah, I started my career in 2008 in travel domain. Means, and from 2008, we see the Lehman Brothers crisis, SARS. We can name the events after event, whether volcano eruption and all those things. And this is normal. Keep on going. But I think human tendency is to talk about what is there currently. And so last year, if you look into whether Operation Sindoor or Air India crisis and now. So I think from a travel perspective, it's becoming a normal norm. Now, what we see from a booking behavior, we see immediately a shift in a booking behavior. The searches on an alternate route started immediately within, I can say 2 to 3 hours once the disruption started. Means we looked into the data from a 28th Feb and start looking into data till date. So the shift on a business immediately happened within 24 to 48 hours. So what does it say is that means basically the demand is not disappearing, it's redistributing. Like JB mentioned, of course, the challenges of a alternate, the supply has become a challenge over there. And so, and especially if you look from an India perspective, we are very digitally adaptive nation as such. So when you're digitally very savvy, you see the reaction and the behavior immediately because you start searching. And the searches very clearly shows and booking behavior very clearly shows that it's immediate. And so from a number perspective, people are talking effect on a business means from a booking perspective, if I look into numbers, we are down somewhere on 27% on booking of air ticket bookings. And these are numbers I'm comparing with January only, not comparing with last year because already we are having a challenge this financial year, April to this thing. So 27% down. And Middle East, of course, India travel a lot. But people forget that Middle East, a huge amount of is a labor traffic. So even with the labor traffic, means the demand has gone down 27% because labor is not moving. I don't see that as a big kind of a hue and cry about it. Yes, the business impacted. So another interesting number, if you look into the destinations alternate, which is coming up very big way. I'm sure everyone know that Vietnam is the biggest one, 189% jump versus last year to this year. It's not a small jump, 189%. And if I give you numbers of a booking on an air side versus February whole month, 28 days of February, versus April till now, means let's don't go back to the history, nothing, real check on a number. Vietjet bookings has gone up by 89%. Vietnam Airlines booking has gone up by 50%. So that's clearly show the Southeast is picking up. So traveler who want to travel, they would try to explore something. And so because we have a mix of a set of people, and India, unfortunately, there is no clear data around that what is leisure traffic, what is a corporate traffic. We are not able to differentiate that, whether make my trip traffic is a leisure traffic or a corporate traffic. SME totally book on a leisure side, so we cannot differentiate that. So corporate, of course, take a first impact because I always see that disruption on the air side and or anything, inflation and everything, travel is the first thing which take a hit. Because I always say that travel is a barometer of an economy. They are the first one to recover and they are the first one to take a hit on that. But with the buying behavior, with the maturity, especially Gen Z and all those things, millennials, Gen Z, I think the travelers of Vietnam, and especially I'm sure you will agree that Japan this year has gone up by 45%.
Absolutely. I think there is something that they're doing very right in terms of tourism.
I will not say they are doing only right. Honestly, Japan don't want that tourist. You know that. Means the amount of traffic. But Indians want to travel. What is their choice? Means I'm sure you will agree with me. Means Paris is the destination we are selling somewhere, but they don't like people going over there. So similarly, like the scene is coming for Japan also. Problem is that there is no alternate. Like where the capacity is there, where the supply is there, demand is there. Let's be very clear. Demand is there in Indian market. Because India has a unique, like everyone agree that middle class and young population. But after COVID, everyone learned that they spend, where they spend, means white goods, mobile, and all those things become a first spend, and second they spend on a travel, because that's experience, they want to learn.
Understood.
So I think discretionary incomes are there now,
Right.
and travels are there. So if I remove, means, because see, we see the numbers immediately. If I remove only a labor traffic from Middle East, and how do we do that? The agencies which book only labor kind of traffic.
Understood.
So overall, it's only 2% down. So overall number, if you look into February or a January versus April number, Middle East is down by somewhere around 8%. Now think about it, that how much of traffic which goes. And these numbers, please underline that I'm removing the labor traffic. Leisure is only kind of 8% down the amount of traffic, because it's an off season. That's why we are seeing that.
But Sandeep, hold that thought. Let me just quickly get a quick understanding from all of you all, and I won't put anybody on the spot on that. But if in one line you can define the Indian traveler, and anyone can come in first, because, yeah, please go ahead, Nikhil.
I think India today is a net exporter of tourism, then an importer. We are 30 million travelers today, expected to be 100 million by 2030. So that's really India in a nutshell.
JV sir.
You know, in my mind, there's no prototype. I think there's a lot of depth in what travels out of India. There is the high-end exploratory and, you know, the first-time traveler who are going to nearby destinations.
Manish.
Resilient. I think just as after post-COVID, now also as soon as Middle East carriers have opened their inventory into India, all flights are going full. So they don't mind if there is some disruption at the airport, which they saw, but if the price is right, they're very resilient to take that risk and travel. So
you feel about that strongly because you're definitely counting on that pent-up demand too. So I get
That's
that.
correct.
And Sandeep, one line.
Travel is not a luxury now, it's experience.
Perfect. Manish, let me come to you. In terms of international travel, do you find Indian travelers looking at some corridors more than others? And Sandeep did mention about the ASEAN countries, you know, and how Vietnam has suddenly become, there's been a surge in traffic. Is that also to do with the surge in prices in domestic locations, that people would find it maybe equivalent in cost to travel to Vietnam and come back rather than go to any other destination in India?
Correct, and Vietnam is selling for last couple of years and growing at a very, very fast pace.
Vietnam is one example, you can expand it.
But yes, obviously when there is some disruption on the western side of India, there and people who want to travel, it's a holiday season for us. There is a shift which is happening into domestic and probably Colombo and Southeast Asia and Far East Asia. Definitely Japan is the flavor since last year. So people are changing the shift. Only dip which we see as an airline is because of almost 3 times the cost of fuel which has gone up. And it's going to go further up in May because there is no reduction in the oil price even in this month also. Whether the airlines will be able to manage that much of capacity with the high cost, because as the fares will go up, the tendency for customer to go for a travel may curtail. So anybody who wanted to go to Europe may go to Vietnam. Anybody who wanted to go to Vietnam probably may go only to Jaipur, right? So they might travel. They still will travel, but obviously the buying pattern will change, and the destinations wherever a price-sensitive market is there, they will travel on that side.
If I were to just leave it open for the audience here, if you have the option in the similar cost, sir, you want to come in? Yeah, please go ahead. No, that is definitely, I'm sure.
And second point is the airlines, whether you take the Indigo, whether you take the Air India, both are going in the huge financial losses. And one or the other reason, whether you take the fuel cost or whether you take the Pakistan, the banning of the route or the cancellation of flights or the crew issue, one or the other reason is there. So, and the companies, the corporate, the travels, they are also going into the budgets. So they also see the budget is there. So even the domestic tourism, even the people, we also see the budget. This is my budget, where to go. And not the airline sector. You see the hospitality sector, the hotel industry. There are also huge packages there. And there are two, the MICE and the wedding tourism we have to promote.
Understood. I hear your point. But
Yeah,
I think that's essentially what we're also discussing. It's disruption. And of course, that will have its own problems that it will create. It will cause disruption. That's essentially what we're discussing. But I wanted to just come to the audience with that. If you have that chance to spend the same amount of money and go to perhaps any of the ASEAN countries, or perhaps revisit one of your favorite locations within India, which one do you kind of look at by a show of hands? Outside India? Okay, everyone chooses India, is it? So that, no, I can hear the smirks. I can hear the grins. All right, fine. I won't probe further into that, but I think that answer comes across. But if we translate into the industry, sir, Nikhil, I'll come back to you. When across the hotels that you look at, and you mentioned this briefly in your initial answer, if you can just elaborate, which side do you mostly see the southern aspect of India and the northern aspect of India traveling to more? If you can just explain largely.
Look, firstly, I must say the fundamentals of the country, the GDP growing at 7%, the infrastructure coming in, Delhi-Dehradun highway as an example, the more infrastructure, the train networks coming in, the more and more infrastructure you see in the country, the more travel will be better. And it's for brands like us to put the flags for the travelers to have a place to stay, right? And Manish alluded to this 1 year ago. The Pahalgam incident. We operate the largest inventory in the valley. We have 5 hotels in the valley, and we have a hotel in Pahalgam, and we saw the effect there, right? So did that base shift? Yes, that base shifted. Did Goa benefit to a degree? Yes, but did Goa do as better as the previous year? It didn't, because flights, and I think we've all alluded to it, whether it's Thailand, Vietnam, or even Laos or Cambodia, the Indians are traveling there in hordes, right? So I would call it Greater India. But that said, the traffic in the country continues to grow domestically in each state. In fact, the numbers in Madhya Pradesh, the numbers in J&K, even after the incident, because of religious travel, have continued to grow.
I just want to bring in and this is centric to Delhi largely, the pollution season when that comes in. How much does that help in breaking past any kind of disruption that it is causing? Because I heard my parents tell me that we've already planned where we want to go in October or in November, and we're going to go for about 25, 30 days. We want to get out of here immediately. So, and those are plans that I think everyone starts creating in their heads. Whoever has that capacity to travel or the ability or the time to travel at that time, they've already deciding. How much of that do you find translating into the industry? Sandeep, I'll come to you with that. Is that a good enough reason to break past any kind of disruption that may be being caused at the time? Just getting away and finding clean air to breathe?
So we always see these trends whenever there is this thing, and it's becoming not only from a travel perspective, it's becoming more of a real estate business now. Because people who can afford to travel, they can afford to have kind of a second house, kind of this thing. So that trend is really becoming very big time over here, especially in Delhi, because people can afford in a smaller destinations. And like we know that the kind of Goa and everything. But of course, when the season comes, especially that winter season, when we have a huge amount of pollution, doesn't mean that we don't have a pollution today also. Still, Gurgaon is the highest polluted city in India, right, means last week. But having said that, people try to move over there, and especially more travel we see on a domestic side at that time. We see a trends moving toward especially northern part of India, especially, and southern part of India. Jodhpur, Jaipur, Udaipur, all these destinations, especially tier 2 towns, also start picking up over there. From these are based on the booking behavior numbers what we see, and especially on the southern side we see that, and people opt for it. And the business, of course, it's a kind of for our business is an extra demand of this thing. Yeah.
You can just bring
sorry.
JB sir, I'll come to you with that. In terms of the destinations across India, and let me look at destinations like Coorg or Kunnur, or let me talk about Nagaland also for that matter. You've suddenly seen a surge of Nagaland in a lot of these web series. We've seen it in a couple of these, and these web series have done very well. A reality shows also, and we've seen that suddenly in the last 2 years. How much of that is also being pushed, and how much of that, or this kind of a push through social media, minimally, but largely through web series, helps a basic traveler want to go and look at these places? Because I remember seeing Kurnool in one of these web series that I'd seen, and more than the web series, I was just looking at the location. And we've seen movies also being shot over there. I think Kapoor and Sons was shot over there. But I wanted to understand, when you have disruption being caused, and then you have web series or any kind of entertainment medium projecting a place which just looks beautiful, does that also break past any kind of a pressure that one is feeling?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And there are enough learnings on that with international destinations. Bollywood has been an influencer. And not just in travel, Bollywood has been over the years influencer around countries' values, all kinds of things, and in general entertainment. Spain took off, Greece took off, many destinations.
Zindagi na milegi badwaro. I think
That's the
Spain
one.
was on everyone's card. Whoever could go wanted to.
Yeah, and even in the old days, Silsila Time and so on, or even Mera Naam Joker, they're different. So there's enough examples out there that when you showcase destinations in a very beautiful manner, in a very meaningful manner, it does create a desire to travel. And that's happening here now. Like you said, web series, they're doing that. The local tourism boards also very, very active in getting their destinations out there. And then it's all then infrastructure, road connectivity, air connectivity also drives that. And like you said, Dehradun, I remember when the Rishikesh highway came up, prices in Rishikesh just went through the roof because you could travel to Rishikesh, decide today and get there in 5 hours. So it's a combination of many things. But yes, this is an important one and does help.
And Manish, I'll start with you on this, and of course I'll ask everybody, your favorite destination, and let's look at India here.
My favorite destination is my hometown, Dharamshala. I prefer going there.
Okay, there's a round of applause for that. And that's a place I've also been wanting to go, but okay.
So it's a scenic, still not filled with a lot of tourists except on the weekends. So yes, you tend to find such places don't get that peace in most of the popular destinations which are there. So
I hear your point. I think every time there is a reel from Dharamshala or anything that pops up on Instagram, I do end up seeing it at least 4 to 5 times, looking at those hills and those snow-capped mountains. JP sir, I'll come to you. Favorite destination?
Pretty unknown. It's actually a little village. I'm biased because I go there very often.
Fair enough.
It's a place called Sitla. It's in Uttarakhand. I know Vasudha knows it. She's got a place nearby. Wonderful views of Nanda Devi. So I find it very rejuvenating. So we go there quite often.
Sandeep?
So also my home state, I'll say, Himachal. And Kasoli is always my favorite one.
Fair enough. Close enough to Delhi.
Close one.
Close.
Yeah.
Nikhil?
For the hills, it's Kashmir for me.
Yeah.
And for the beaches, it's Goa. Hands down. Very cliche, but that's how it is.
No, I think everyone can agree with these. Sir? Oh, there's the mic. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Rajiv Mehra this side. I thought when we are talking about disruption, you as a moderator should have taken up the point of what will happen to the customer. We have seen so many of disruptions happening, and hats off to the hoteliers sitting here. They have all cooperated with the tour operators, getting refunds. Some of the airlines have, some of the airlines have not. So you must ask this question: what is the fault of the client who's booked and paid, who cannot travel? He's ready to travel. You give him guarantee that everything is all right, we will take you there, we'll give you security cover, everything. He's ready to go, but we can't. As a private body, none of us. Hotels like Radisson's or others, they all gave refunds without any questions being asked. But some of the airlines did not. It's a loss to the hotels, it is loss to the airlines, but what about the poor tour operators or the travel agents? It's a loss to them. हमने 8-10% कमाना नहीं है, वो भी चला जाता है. ऊपर से गालियां अलग पड़ती हैं क्लाइंट से कि भाई ले आओ हमारे को, हम क्या कर सकते हैं, हमारा क्या कसूर है. But that question should have been asked by you. What disruptions, and some kind of an answer is required on that. Thank you.
Fair enough. Panel still on, sir. I have a whole list of questions. I won't. There is enough that I want to ask. But let me come to what sir has asked. Let's take that. Let's address it. It's a keen concern. And as far as customers are concerned, and in some respect, I think we are all customers when we are also wanting to travel. What happens to the customer is what he's asking. If anyone would like to come in like they were there.
So I think it's when the disruptions happen, I think everybody wants to help. There is a lot of time. Even the government intervenes and gives a directive also to give that easier customer refund policy. And recently the car which has been released by the government of reducing the time taken of refund from 30 days to 14 days is a good welcome move, where we only need to see that when any such kind of regulation happens, anybody will have to adapt to a change. There is a complexity involved in a GDS link carrier where a refund has to be given. It's quite easy on the LCC side. So yes, it is very important to look at what is customer looking at, and at various point of time, I think all airlines have come out with a very especially when this Europe and disruption had happened. Everybody, I think, came out to the best possible limit of giving that exception to the customer to take a rescheduling which is free or a cancellation which is free. But I'm sure, Mr. Mehra, definitely there will be some cases where it would not have been taken care. But I think a very large extent, when there is a disruption, usually the airlines and hotels take a very lenient view of while it's so-called not force majeure, but yes, most of the time they take that lenient view.
And while Mr. Mehra asked a part of the question that I had written for me, let me just extend it a little further, and let's come to that already. You can keep the flow of the questions aside now. We've seen disruptions and we've seen crowds gathering at airports, waiting, not knowing when the next flight will take off, when it won't take off. And I understand all of y'all's profiles do not reckon an answer to that. But just as concerned professionals from similar industries, I wanted to understand, where should the customer be going? Because resilience is something we are seeing in the customers, but at one point you just have to deal with the situation you're dealing with, because disruptions are what we've seen, at least in the past 18 months, is largely being caused by geopolitical tensions or war issues, and that's in no one's hand. But where does the customer go from there? What should you find customers dealing more in refundable tickets going forward? Do you see a trend like that? How is the customer becoming more resilient? Because these are situations that no one wants to face ever again. Anyone wants to come in first? Sandeep, go ahead.
I'll take that question.
Yeah.
So I think disruption, we know that one or another way it's going to happen. Okay, now I'll come to the customer side later on, because certain facts we have around that. But so the question is, especially from a tech space, I can tell you, means the resilience on a tech is not is no longer a backend from a system point of view. It's a kind of a non-negotiable need around this thing. So what as a tech platforms we do to take care of, like designing our architect, moving to the native clouds, and creating a alternate systems around that, because the thing what you talk about, especially IT outages, which happened roughly around 1 year back, more than 1 year back, and because we were on the center of that, because Amadeus has a center of whether we talk about air side, whether we talk about airport side or customer side, we are a center of nerve for that. So, of course, we learn with this thing, and we try to design. Means the question is, like I said, from a disruption point of view, you cannot prevent the disruption, but you can design for a failure. That you're ready, that you're up, and you're ready to run the system immediately around that. Alternates are there, everything over there. Now, from a customer perspective, very interesting thing what we are seeing, especially on the air side, NDC is coming over there, and different fares are there. So flexibility of a booking means bifurcate the population, especially like Gen Z and millennials, because they are more tech savvy. They try to look into everything. when they try to see uncertainties or something like that, they try to book on a more of a refundable fares. So there is a concept of, Mr. Mehra, there is a concept of caveat emptor, means, I think we can, means from a customer point of view, of course, we can talk about they not got the refund, but think from an air side. You just said that, somebody has just said, Air India make a loss, Indigo make a loss, Spice make a loss, everyone is making a loss. How long you can continue to run a business means depend on principals who are making a loss. So I think behavior has to change, and we are seeing that behavior changes. Means people are opting for a refundable fares, and that's why so many, on a travel side, if you look into insurance, it's a, means, alternate kind of this thing you buy on an insurance, like especially, of course that's a business, like if your train ticket is not getting confirmed, we guarantee you will give you airfare. I think that there's a huge data analytics run around that. So that kind of concept, and they are doing very well, means from an insurance point of view, means if there is anything unforeseen circumstances comes over there are products available now, and people opt for it. So I think it's a situation, and there are alternate routes are there. The question is only, I think, from a customer perspective, they are not looking into that, that disruption is there, and what is going to happen. They are looking for a solution. And whosoever provide a solution is going to be their brand. And in that, from a travel agent perspective and all thing, I think I always suggest that adapt to the technologies, look into the trends, look into the behaviors, opt for alternate products which is available in a market, means insurance or anything, which can take care of it. But having said that, we cannot prevent disruption.
Manish, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just to take a cue from what Sandeep already went towards that side. With Evolved now, it's not a single fare which gets sold. There are multiple branded fare families which are there, based on the need and requirement of a traveler. If the traveler feels that one, disruption has become normal, and second, if his travel is uncertain, there are various levels of fare available in that fare family to buy. And what the pattern we have seen is the communication and display is very critical. We have seen it on our website. We have seen some of the online travel partners. If you display that fare levels to the customer, there is a very strong attachment coming to buy a little higher fare, but getting that flexibility. What support we require probably is from the traditional travel partners. They probably only offer the lowest fare to the customer, and probably are not communicating that if you pay 300 rupees extra or 1,000 rupees extra, there are 5 more things available because of the closure of that sale. And that's the difference we are seeing, that wherever on our website where it's clearly demarcated that there are 3 levels of fares and a choice is given to the customer, every third or fourth traveler is ready to pay that extra premium. But when it is coming from the traditional travel partners, that attachment is not even 1 out of 10. So probably that engagement of the customer, a choice is changing. So we need to also evolve and start communicating to the customer that if you need these flexibilities and all, you need to pay a little bit higher premium, but then you have a peace of mind.
You're preparing the design to counter any kind of a possible disruption. I think that's something that has become an added expenditure, but one would rather pay that little more premium than be stranded somewhere, not having a backup plan.
Customer is paying. Pre-COVID, it was always a price point. Post-COVID, because of disruption became kind of normal. You didn't know whether there is a third COVID wave coming or not. People started paying that, and then that has become a new normal.
With the number of highways that have come in, the expressways that have come in, I personally have come across a lot of people who, in my own circles, are actually preferring to have a 10-hour drive once again. But with something we used to hear about in the 90s, there is no other option, fine, you go by road. But now people are in fact preferring, who can afford air travel. Do you find a change in destinations suddenly gaining more traction because the connectivity by road has improved? Do you find any such thing? And of course, I won't come to Manish for that, but the other gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. We've opened hotels in places which I think a lot of North Indians wouldn't have even heard of. I'll give you an example. Saputara. It's on the banks of Maharashtra, but you get a lot of Gujarati tourists coming into that location. Karjat. I can go on and on with locations which are new locations. Of course, the traditional destinations continue to grow. Himachal continues to grow. Northeast, we are seeing a lot of traction. You spoke about it. But you will see with the 50 new destinations that the government is doing, new traffic coming to those 50 destinations, or whether it's 50, whether it's 12. But of course, Ayodhya as an example, and I'll go to religious tourism again, right? There are 45 new hotels coming up in Ayodhya itself, right? So there is that much more traffic. Varanasi, and I can go on and on about destinations, but as road goes on, the travel will increase.
Is that a hedge? Is that a hedge against possible disruptions, which is almost becoming a norm every couple of months now?
Well, you see that globally as well. Huh? I mean, in more mature markets where the infrastructure is better, you see more hotels, more motels, and more travel from road. And India is not going to be any different with the infrastructure that we're getting in this country.
You mentioned something very interesting, Nikhil, and I'll come to the other panelists with that. Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, the reduction in the amount of travel, that was the least, if I understood that correctly. If you can elaborate.
The impact of West Asia.
The impact of West Asia
was the least in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities in the country. That's what we've seen in Jan, Feb, March, and the trend continues in April.
And that's essentially because this is a market which is looking at domestic travel?
That is correct.
That would be the case?
That is correct.
And
a lot of FMCG, a lot of IT, a lot of SMEs traveling to those destinations, along with, of course, holiday destinations where people would go home to dharamshalas and so on and so forth to meet their families.
I'll come to JB, sir. Sir, in terms of logistics, when you look at the situations we're facing, whether it's internationally affecting us, whether it's domestically affecting us, what have been, I would say, the top 3 biggest issues that you, as in your professional capacity, face, and what you understand the customer facing?
Well, the first thing that immediately happens when disruption happens is supply routes, I won't say shut down, but they get constrained. So first impact is pricing goes up 3 times, right? And that's a converse of what Mr. Mehra was saying, where instead of looking for refunds, customers now have to pay more. And a lot of the supply chain works on advance orders. I'm talking about the industry, not the chain. So that becomes a big issue for the customer, but then it also becomes a big issue for the operator because your costs have gone up suddenly. So that's a big one. Labor continues to be a big issue in general. Labor gets constrained. So you end up with lesser people manning stations, stuff like that. Equipment gets constrained. We saw that during the COVID period. You're seeing it now. In fact, other things happened during COVID where your supply, the conduits of supply get disbalanced. Containers get left in different parts of the world and they have not been ferried back. So even if you have a ship, you can't move stuff. The same thing happens on road as well. So the whole supply thing gets constrained, pricing goes completely out of whack. You have a major issue on the labor side, and the pressure then becomes enormous. And getting back to normal takes time. By the time you reposition things, it takes a lot of time. So the industry goes through that, but the industry also is pretty agile. So it has the ability to manage costs very well. It's not that regulated from a government sense. It's regulated from the other sense. But there's a lot of outsourcing that happens in the industry. So whenever you see a disruption happen, you actually see constrained capacity, but you see those companies doing better. So they come out of it pretty strong.
You mentioned supply chain disruptions, and that's something anybody from the industry is going to be facing and is going to be taking right on the chin. But I wanted to understand the supply chain disruptions which are perhaps being caused on a regular interval because of matters which are not in everyone's hands, of course. How much of that throws back plans of development, whether it comes to hotel development or... Go ahead.
Oh, big time, big time. I mean, especially with imports. Domestically, you still manage it, right? But when it's imports, when there are multi-jurisdiction involved, it becomes actually very worrisome. And it could throw back things by 1 year, 2 years. We saw that in COVID. But more importantly, the escalation comes in. So your projects like copper went up 200%. Your development costs will go up, but they tend to come down as well. but they usually go up faster and they're slower to come down as it sort of readjusts. And again, you know, your labor, you have a lot of labor issues when you're building hotels. You know, I remember at the time when COVID happened, we had, I think, 7 projects under development at that time. And, you know, we really had a lot of trouble getting them out of the gate. But in general, if you are better prepared, I think I just want to call out here, we need better preparedness. There are enough tools now coming out, there's better data coming out, even from a supply chain side, on what you could do when disruption happens. How do you reroute? So domestically, there's a lot of tech available today on how you could reroute. And then the ability to share information. I think Jyoti mentioned that. The whole Gati Shakti program is about getting the entire logistics framework onto one portal. So everyone can see how the lanes are moving, and if a disruption happens, where is available capacity that you can move. So a lot of work is going on there as well.
Manish, you wanted to come in there? I saw you pick up the mic, so I'm just...
Sorry.
We start wrapping up, so any part.
Whenever supply chain discussion, there can't be worse sufferer than Air India.
Please go ahead. Explain.
Despite ordering 470 or 600 aircraft, the first line fit aircraft which Air India got was on 7th January 2026. While by 31st December, we should have got 28 new wide-body aircrafts. It's a supply chain issue, and obviously the customer, to a certain extent, understands that why the customer is facing those issues. But yes, for aviation or hotel, supply chain has been, post-COVID, has been a big deterrent, especially for India, that to develop and grow very, very fast, you obviously need certain supply chain, whether it is the aircrafts or whether it's the seats. We have a 350,000 standing in Toulouse for 6 months now. We don't have seats for them, so it's come after 6 months. So it's a huge ripple effect which comes on aviation.
Understood. We're almost out of time. Nikhil and Sandeep, just quickly, if you can give us some parting note before we wrap up this panel.
Since the topic was disruption only, so, and in this disruption word, I think the new thing is AI, which is coming up over there. So in a disruption, how AI is working right now at Amadeus side, we are not here to predict the disruption. We are here to look into, there can be two kind of disruption. One is a reactive, and reactive, that how AI can help us over there on a reactive side, that we are immediately giving a response to that. And second is predictive, that like geopolitical and some natural disaster is a reactive one, or like tech failure is a reactive one. But COVID kind of situations and all those things is a predictive. And there you can help on an AI basis, you provide alternate options and all those things. Then you predict and try to prepare yourself over there. So the time is coming, merging technology and adopting a technology over there and providing a solutions over there.
So from a hotels perspective, I'll say we've classified hotels. We've just hit the mark of 200,000. I truly believe in the next 5 to 7 years, we will hit 1 million operating classified hotel rooms in this country. So it's a golden period. And I would put a plug in for scaling, because talent and scaling at the base level is extremely important for us to grow the economy. The Prime Minister set a target of growing the GDP of travel and hospitality 5% to 10%. We had 5.5, 6%, depending on who you would listen to. But I truly believe in the next 4 to 5 years, hospitality and travel and tourism will be 10% of the GDP.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. And with that, we'll call it a wrap on this panel. Of course, we've taken the questions from the audience as well, not avoiding any of those hard-hitting questions which are required to be asked. Thank you to the audience to come in and ask those questions which demand answers. As of now, Nikita, I think we will felicitate the guests.
Thanks so much, Shivan, and thank you all. Thank you so much for your time, and indeed a very, very insightful session. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure there were big key takeaways as the travel and tourism landscape evolves. Thank you so much. And I would now like to invite Mr. Prasanna Raghav, the Business Head Innovation Studio and EVP Marketing, to join us on stage, please, as to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. And of course, Ms. Jyoti Mayal, thank you so much. Can we have you on stage, please? Well, travel in 2026, it's definitely not just about where you're going, but also how you're interacting with the culture, the communities, stories, the kind of stories you're bringing back to your home. And travelers today are not just, they're curating experiences, truly reflecting who they are as travelers. And this is exactly what the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026 is all about. We're here to decode the new traveler, the new travel experiences.
Beach vacations or mountain retreats, cultural immersion or religious pilgrimages, a family getaway or an adventurous solo escape. Every traveler has a purpose and a dream to explore the unexplored, a dream to spend time with loved ones, a dream to find solace in nature walking. Yet, across every journey, one thing stands out distinctly: India's travel story, which is evolving one vacation at a time. To decode India's changing tourism landscape, we bring together diverse voices with distinctive on-ground perspectives on travel and tourism.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We'll be beginning with the next discussion soon. We have lots lined up for you. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down, please.
Artificial intelligence and tech-driven technologies to witnessing how Indian women are reshaping the narrative by moving from being passive travelers to primary decision makers, prioritizing safety, autonomy, and experience. Meet these incredible explorers and changemakers shaping the future of travel and tourism. Welcome to the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026, a one-stop destination where ambitious ideas converge into actionable strategies, shaping stronger policies and even deeper domestic and global connectivity. Because being iconic means creating an impact that remains forever.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We know that there's a lot of exciting stories to share, but we have lots lined up for you in the world of travel and tourism. Requesting everyone to please settle down.
Traveling has become unpredictable, especially when conflicts and economic uncertainty shake the world. Today, travel isn't just about where you go, but what you face along the way. War zones are expanding, and global tensions are affecting the tourism industry. What was once easy now feels highly unsafe. So the question is, how do we adapt to the changing circumstances? With better planning, policies, and stronger systems, the travel and tourism industry can be made resilient. Join us as we explore a discussion with industry experts to keep the world moving despite the global travel disruption.
But we now have a very special presentation from Anil Verma, Regional Director, Hilton Worldwide Sales, India and Southeast Asia, showcasing innovation and excellence in hospitality. May I please welcome Sir on stage, please?
Well, good afternoon, and first of all, before I begin, I wanted to thank Iconic for giving me this stage to represent Hilton on this special day. Well, that was a great panel discussion, and after all the talks on turbulence, I feel like a pilot who has been tasked to land this presentation safely, so I'll do my best. And standing behind a podium does make me feel like I should deliver a university lecture. I'll try and make sure that's not the experience I create here, and this is more of an engaging presentation for you. An update on Hilton, what Hilton hospitality means, and where are we headed, not only globally, but also in South Asia, the market that we're in. I've been told I have about 8 to 10 minutes, which I must say is very ambitious for somebody like me who has built his career around talking. But I'll stay true to the time and think of it like Hilton hospitality with an express check-in. So let's dive straight into the experience.
When you need to hustle without hassle, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Well, this film went on to become the most watched reel on Instagram, and I'm not surprised because this truly reflects the ethos of Hilton hospitality. Now, we believe at Hilton that while great locations and great hotels make the stay, what really matters is that human connection. And if as a guest you feel heard, valued, welcomed, and really looked after, that really calls for a stay. That is what we imbibe in our culture at the hotels. We make sure that the human connection is alive, more important than the hotels, the buildings, the locations. Talking about our Hilton global footprint, well, it gives me a lot of pride today to say that we are one of the most diversified global hospitality companies. With more than 9,000 hotels in 143 countries and territories, our portfolio today spans luxury, lifestyle, full service, focus service, and all suite brands, while serving guests across every stage of their travel journey. Well, this global scale gives our customers a lot of confidence, our guests a lot of options. It gives our partners reach, destinations, access to demand, which is riding on our strong distribution and loyalty. South Asia, and particularly India, is a strategic growth priority market for Hilton globally. What you're seeing here is not just a pipeline view, it is basically a very deliberate roadmap focused on where the demand is growing and where our travelers increasingly choosing branded hotels. We continue to strengthen our presence across key gateway cities while simultaneously expanding into the next wave markets, driven by domestic travel, infrastructure development, and rising aspirations. Well, we have been making a lot of news of late. You must have definitely been following it. What really is, I feel most passionate about is the announcements that we made around our strategic licensing agreements in India. We have 3 SLAs now, and our ambition is to grow 2 of our very iconic and fast-growing brands, including Spark by Hilton and Hampton Inn, by adding 300 hotels over the next 10 years. Well, these are not just announcements. We announced the Spark SLA not long time back, and I'm pleased to share that as we speak today, we have reached a milestone of signing 10 Spark hotels already in a very short span of time. Now, what that means for us is this is just the beginning of a very ambitious growth journey that Hilton has over the next 5 to 10 years. And while these footprints give us a lot of confidence and the growing pipeline gives us a lot of confidence, what really is in the heart of Hilton's commercial engine is Hilton Honors. It is, with 243 million members globally, it is our fastest growing, one of the most powerful loyalty programs in the world. Now at Hilton, we do appreciate and we do value the loyalty of our guests and our customers. And hence, it is very important for us to keep evolving our program. I'm very pleased to share that very recently, we did a refresh on Hilton Honors. What that meant is that we added a very aspirational tier for our very loyal members called Diamond Reserve. With loaded features, loaded benefits, very exclusive benefits to our members at that tier. What it also meant was we added additional experience and made our other elite tiers like Diamond and Gold more accessible for a lot of our loyal members globally. And while talking about great locations, great footprints, a robust distribution network, and a great loyalty program really gives us a lot of confidence. But at the core of our strategy are actually our people. And it's not surprisingly that with the culture that we are trying to imbibe, with the culture that we are trying to build, where each team member feels that they can bring their true selves to work every day, where they feel valued, where they really feel heard. I'm not surprised that, again, globally, we are the #1 workplaces to work for by the Great Workplace Institute. Not only globally, in India, 3 years in a row, we have been ranked #1 workplace. And this is not a surprise. This is really a testament to the culture that we are creating at our hotels, at our offices each day. Well, before I end, I wanted to give you a little glimpse of the brand showcase that we organized last year in Bangalore. Well, it gives you a little glimpse of what our brands are all about, what is our story, and what are our expansion plans here. We have some great brands coming into this market. This year, launching, apart from Spark, which I spoke about, Curio for the first time in India, and LXR for the first time in India in Bengaluru. So let's take a quick glimpse of the brand showcase that we organized last year. Excited to see how this brand is growing, how our hotel brands are growing in this market as well. Before I finally close, I just wanted to touch upon our real values, our vision, our purpose. And at Hilton, that is very simple. It is to fill the earth with the light and warmth of hospitality. Well, it was encouraging to hear the stories around how India travel story is evolving. And I take pride that Hilton is a proud partner in this journey by creating meaningful and globally connected experiences. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I really hope I stayed true to the time that I had, and have a great day ahead. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Anil. Clearly a very diverse, colorful presentation. Lots to see, lots to take away. And next up, there's something exciting that we have for you. Now, WION examines global issues with an in-depth analysis always, with an Indian perspective. We bring you more than just the news of the day. Let's take a look at some of our work.
आज हम WION नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। WION यानी World is One News.
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disasters.
A different way forward.
Extensive.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center. Have a nice trip. Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
by
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict,
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
of disease,
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
Relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
Well, now I'd like to call upon Ms. Jyoti Mayal on stage, please. And the Egyptian ambassador, His Excellency Kamal Zaid Kalal. We're here to felicitate certain names in the travel and tourism space for some exceptional work in various categories, starting with, in the category of sustainable and responsible hospitality, we have with us, the award goes to the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, Mr. Vivek Shukla, the CEO of the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, is here to take the award along with Ms. Amrita Bhaduri. Congratulations. And in the second category, the leading general sales agent, the award goes to Interglobe Air Transport. And we have with us Mr. J.B. Singh, Director at Interglobe Air Transport Limited, and President and CEO at Interglobe Hotels, and of course his team. Congratulations. I'm sure the applause can be louder. This is Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Requesting Ms. Jyoti to kindly stay on stage. We have a lot of awards lined up. And may I please request the Sri Lankan ambassador to join us on stage, please. Her Excellency. Thank you so much. And now for the next category, the online travel agent for fixed departures. The award goes to Air IQ. And we have with us Mr. Ajay Vadhavan, the Executive Director at Air IQ. Congratulations, sir. A huge round of applause for all the hard work that's gone behind. Congratulations, sir, once again. Next up, this is an interesting category, educating the next generation. And the award here goes to Amity University of Travel and Tourism. And we have with us Professor Manohar Sajnani, the Dean, Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism, and Director, Amity Institute of Travel and Tourism at Amity University. Huge round of applause. Heartiest congratulations. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Ms. Jyoti requesting you to stay back on stage. And can I please request the Ambassador of Greece to kindly join us on stage, please, and grace the awardees. Thank you so much. All right, next up, the Trusted Mobility Provider. The award here goes to Bakshi Transport Service Private Limited. Mr. K.S. Sahani, the Managing Director, is here with us today from the Bakshi Transport Service Limited. Congratulations, sir. I think the applause shouldn't stop. Lots to celebrate here today. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Next up, in the category of Signature Luxury and Cuisine, the award goes to ITC Hotels Limited And we have with us Mr. Aman Kidwai, the General Manager at ITC Hotels. Congratulations. Heartiest congratulations, sir. And coming up is the category of sustainable and fastest growing Indian airline. The award goes to Indigo Airlines. We have with us Mr. Anshul Sethi, the head of sales at Indigo Airlines. Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for gracing us. And again, now we have some more elements that we'd love to showcase here at WION. Lots of stuff that we showcase and highlight every day, something that goes beyond the boundaries of the newsroom. Take a look.
Beach vacations or mountain retreats, cultural immersion or religious pilgrimages, a family getaway or an adventurous solo escape. Every traveler has a purpose and a dream to explore the unexplored, a dream to spend time with loved ones, a dream to find solace in nature walking. Yet, across every journey, one thing stands out distinctly: India's travel story, which is evolving one vacation at a time. To decode India's changing tourism landscape, we bring together diverse voices with distinctive on-ground perspectives on travel and tourism. 5 power-packed sessions under one roof and themes that matter the most. From navigating global travel disruptions to understanding how cultures and local communities are redefining destinations. From adopting artificial intelligence and tech-driven technologies to witnessing how Indian women are reshaping the narrative. By moving from being passive travelers to primary decision makers, prioritizing safety, autonomy, and experience. Meet these incredible explorers and changemakers shaping the future of travel and tourism. Welcome to the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026, a one-stop destination where ambitious ideas converge into actionable strategies, shaping stronger policies and even deeper domestic and global connectivity. Because being iconic means creating an impact that remains forever.
Well, we now shift our focus to something far more enduring: culture and communities, the very soul of our destinations and our travel, how they shape meaningful and travel experiences. Take a look.
Gone are the days when sightseeing used to be simply about ticking monuments off a wish list. It is now way beyond that. The travel and tourism sector is undergoing a massive transformation in India and worldwide. Travelers today are looking for real immersive experiences. Local food, festivals, and everyday traditions have become the main attractions. Communities are now at the heart of tourism development. Locals are no longer just hosts, they are storytellers, guides, and creators of an unforgettable travel experience. Let's explore how culture and communities are redefining the way we travel by shifting focus from sightseeing to locally led community experiences.
Well, I'm so looking forward to carry this discussion forward on something that truly shapes our travel experiences, our culture, communities. Please welcome, joining me on stage, our esteemed panelists, starting with His Excellency Kamil Zaid Kalal, Ambassador of Egypt to India. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. We also have with us Her Excellency Aliki Kutsumitopulu, Ambassador of Greece to India. Welcome. And joining us is also Her Excellency Maheshini Kolone, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India. Welcome, ma'am. And we have Ms. Jyoti Mayal, the chairperson and of the Hospitality Skill Council and CEO, Red Hat Communications. Welcome to the panel, and thank you so much for your time today. Well, I have to say I'm truly honored, and what a privilege it is to share this platform with you. And I hope you're having fun, and there's so much to take away from the summit today. Let me start with this thought. You know, India saw an outbound travel of about 32.7 million in the year 2025. But at the same time, as a country, it remains a very powerful civilizational destination. And each one of the countries here, you have such deep ties with India, right from the Buddhist circuit in Sri Lanka to, of course, the Indo-Greek exchanges and to Egypt's very rich legacy. So would love to know, how are you translating this deep connect and shared history into a modern travel narrative that is shaping the global travel and tourism landscape? Would love to start with you, sir. Would love to know your thoughts on the same.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Jyoti, for having me. And I feel very humbled to be on a panel with two seasoned diplomats. So I will try to cope with them and as much as possible, especially that they represent great cultures. Mentioning tourism and culture, for us in Egypt, it's not about money, or it's not about economy, but it's not about income. It's more about people. Egypt, as an ancient civilization, has always been focusing on the human-centric. We see that tourism is a message of tolerance, a message of acceptance, especially when we speak with a market like in India. You're a very old civilization. I don't know if anybody in this room knows the first traces of Egyptian-Indus relationship. It's traced back around 4,753 years ago. So it's very entrenched into history. That is why when we speak to the Indian market or the Indian people, I wouldn't like to call it market. We focus on, the message is live Egypt. Don't come to visit Egypt. Egypt is not about ancient Egypt. No, you need to live Egypt. you live the friendship, the message of Egypt. You will feel the hospitality, the friendship of the Egyptian people towards the Indian. So it's more than just Indian tourists coming to visit Egypt or mere numbers. This is one aspect of the issue. The other aspect is the civilizational aspect. A lot of the people here in India, when they look to Egypt, they speak about ancient Egyptian civilization. Well, this is partially true, and I underline the word partially true, because as much as Egypt is an ancient civilization, currently Egypt is building a new civilization. This is something that maybe a lot of people here in India do not know. So we are building a whole new ecosystem of infrastructure during the past years, especially in the hospitality field. And even Taj Mahal is opening a branch in Egypt, and other Indian brands also existent, and there are more coming to the Egyptian market. So this is in a nutshell what we are focusing on during the past years and during the near future.
Thank you so much for those very insightful thoughts, sir. We'll come back to you and would love to know more about the travel trends that shape Egypt today. Coming to you, ma'am, thank you so much once again for joining us. Ambassador Ligi, would love to know how is Greece shaping its travel trends today in the world that is continuously evolving and changing. And I believe it is also moving beyond Santorini. And it's a very holistic way to travel and experience the country. What do you have to say about that? And how do you sort of connect it to India's deep cultural ties as well?
Hello. Oh, yes. Okay. First of all, let me thank you also for inviting me and having me here today, and also share what the Egyptian ambassador said. I'm very happy to be on the same panel with these esteemed colleagues and representatives of big civilizations and touristic destinations, of course. Now, our strategy right now, because I think that we all know Greece is quite attractive to tourism, and it is a touristic country. Last year we had 38 million visitors, which was a record of all times. But we also are always trying to find new aspects on tourism, and today we are talking about the Indian tourists that would like to visit my country. The main axe right now is 365 days of tourism per year, because as you said, the majority of people know in the first level, Santorini, the islands, and so on and so forth. We are trying to project other aspects of Greece, Greece in winter, golfing Greece, mountain Greece, all that, and also experiential tourism, because I think that younger people are quite interested in that. Unique experiences that are tailor-made and are attractive to younger audience.
Absolutely, very well said. In fact, that's exactly it. Tourism today, it's all about those experiences and how does one curate those experiences as a budding traveler. I'm sure a lot of us in the audience would also feel the same. And thank you for your insights. Coming to Ambassador Maheshini, thank you so much for joining us today. Would love to know, in terms of the very strong Buddhist circuit that India also shares with Sri Lanka, and we go way back. It's a very rich civilizational heritage that we share. What do you have to say about this association in the coming 5 to 10 years when it comes to Indian travelers visiting Sri Lanka or the world visiting Sri Lanka, keeping this narrative in mind? What do you have to say about that?
Thank you for having me on this panel. With Egypt, Greece, Sri Lanka, I think we all belong to the same civilizational era, actually. Right. Yeah. So we share a lot in common from that era onwards. And as you said, Sri Lanka and India share not a border but a civilization. We are an extension of the same geographic space. And if you talk about Anuradhapura and the connect with Bodh Gaya or Sanchi, or between Rameshwaram and Manna, it just separates us by 30 kilometers of sea, but it's also millennia of travel, pilgrimage, stories.
Yeah.
So we are a chapter of the Ramayana, and the Ramayana trail runs right through our island, from the north to the south, to the hill country in Norelia, where the Sita temple is, to Rumasala in the south. So what we are doing today, I think more and more young people look for different experiences. And apart from the civilizational connect and the geographic connect, we are smaller than a state in India, smaller than most states in India, but we pack 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in our small island, right? And so I think that is what makes Sri Lanka unique, because it's a small country, but within about 48 hours, you can travel from an ancient capital city, which is thousands of years old, to a beach, and to a wildlife sanctuary where there is leopard. We have the largest leopard density in the world, in fact. And just off the coast of Trincomalee, we have the largest gathering of blue whales annually. So it's a lot of experiences that we have in our country, and that is what we're trying to project. And I think the experiences around it, the storytelling and the narratives and so on. Yeah.
That's wonderful to hear. In fact, I recently went to Sri Lanka, and I completely relate to whatever you highlighted. There's so much under one roof, and there's so much to experience. So thank you so much for your insights, ma'am. Next, would love to ask Ms. Jyoti Mayal here. Ma'am, in terms of what, according to you, the next couple of years would look like India collaborating with the world when it comes to spiritual and cultural tourism, and projecting itself as a spiritual ecosystem rather than a standalone destination itself? How can we go and collaborate with the countries surrounding us and more?
Thank you, Nikita, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel sharing with the 3 ambassadors who are dear friends and hearing about them speak. And I think I love all the 3 countries and I'm passionate about all of these 3 destinations. But coming to the multi-country spiritual, I think we should take the spiritual story now and move forward to being a multicultural community in a way that we actually becomes a seamless travel between all of us. Because we all, like Maheshni just said, that we all are linked together and we all belong to the civilization. I think it's time for us to move together so that we can, it's a seamless journey. It could be the ancient history, it could be civilization, or it could be Indian civilization. We need to move that way. So we should be doing marketing together, and that's what I have been discussing with them over the years also, that I've known them, over the time I've known them, that it's time for us to get together and market it together, to become a seamless, which actually impacts the way we all sell, because I also speak on the behalf of the travel industry. We need to sell seamlessly. So we could be doing joint marketing, joint websites, social media together. We should be promoting it in such a way that it becomes a seamless journey. It's not about Egypt selling on by itself, or Greece selling by itself, or Sri Lanka selling by itself. It's time for us to move together, because today collaboration is the main thing. And we talk about communities. We are extension of communities. So that's the way we need to portray ourselves, to say we are one. World is one. That's what WION is all about. And I think that's how we need to take tourism as one aspect. There are no borders where tourism are concerned. And spiritual being the link, it can move from spirituality to wellness. And we all 3 have so much to share about that.
There's so much to share, so much to offer, so much to experience. Thank you for your insights, Ms. Jyoti. Sir, coming back to you, tourism today, again, it's not just about destinations. It's about people. It's about stories. It's about coming together of different cultures. And as ma'am rightly said, it's not just one standalone country projecting its culture. Together, being such a spiritually and culturally rich world altogether, there's so much that we can offer to the audiences, offer to the robust travelers. Now coming to the diaspora influence, do you think that again is a very key element in shaping travel between your country and India and of course the world? How do you look at diaspora here, both experientially, economically? What do you have to say about that?
Well, we don't have a big diaspora Indian community in Egypt to tell you that affects, but what affects our tourism together is much more deeper than just diaspora and community, whether Egyptian community here or an Indian community in Egypt. What links us is much deeper. We have a shared history. You are a very old civilization, and there is a natural link, whether we are speaking about spirituality, whether we are speaking about wedding, whether we are speaking about cultural tourism. So that what links us is much more than just the diaspora. And I prefer it that way because it is even deeper. It's enshrined in your identity, and it's enshrined in our identity. If you go to the Karnak, you will see a lot of Al-Karnak temple. You will see a lot of similarities with Varanasi. If you go to a Nile cruise taking from throughout Egypt, you will see a lot of similarities with the Ganges and the Yamuna, and the film industry, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of films that were shot in Egypt. And recently even Yo-Yo Singh, he's a very famous Indian.
For all of us.
Yeah. Last month he made a song in Egypt, and where he shot it in Egypt. What links us is much more. What is important now, it's not just the diaspora, it's the tool. How can we reach to the young generation? And I think social media is very crucial in this respect.
Very well said, sir, and I couldn't agree more. Ma'am, coming to you, sir pointed about the younger generation. Again, Gen Z today forms a major chunk of travelers when we speak of inbound tourism or outbound. Would love to know any initiatives that Greece has in place or is planning to execute to attract this community. What do you have to say for that? Would love to know your plans.
Yes, we have spoken earlier about experiential tourism. I think that is the key for the new generation, the millennials, the Gen Z. They want experiences, they want new experiences, more spiritual ones and more meaningful. So we are trying to present new challenges, new ideas to the Indian public so as to attract younger people. Extreme sports, for example, gastronomy, the other thing that I said, 365 days per year, winter holidays. These are all new ideas, fresh ideas that we are trying to project. Because I would like to, take the baton from my colleague here and say that, of course, the idea of Greece is quite welcome here. I'm very happy about that. I'm very lucky because there are the memories of ancient civilizations, ancient connections, millennial connections. But the point is to showcase modern Greece also, and modern Greece for younger people. It's not that we don't respect the traditional destinations also, our culture, cultural heritage, and of course in Greece there is always that reflective philosophical aspect that many people appreciate, but also fresh experiences for the younger generations.
Absolutely, ma'am. And thank you so much for those insights. Clearly, the younger generation is looking forward to travel as we speak. They pick up jobs, they've changed their lifestyles to make sure that they get to travel once in a while, and that's great. They also come out as holistic human beings, as holistic individuals that have a lot to share within their workspace, families, and friends. Ma'am, now coming to you, would love to know again with respect to Sri Lanka, what are the other initiatives that you have in mind to attract the younger audience for them to explore not only the ancient spiritual cultural bit, but also the modern contemporary side of Sri Lanka? Would love to know.
So I think, as my colleagues said as well, when it comes to the younger generation, they look for experiences, not just experiences, but authentic experiences, right? And not always the packaged tourist destinations or trails, but adventure, so that they can be in touch with the real Sri Lanka or the real Egypt or the real Greece. So I think Sri Lanka actually offers the space for that, because we are working a lot on community-based tourism. So a lot of young people are also concerned about conscience buying from places where they think will benefit the community directly. So we are focusing on community-based tourism to a large extent, and where people can go and live with families, or eat at a family-run restaurant, or buy from a craftsperson directly. That is something more sustainable and closer to the environment. So we have a lot of programs that focus on that kind of experience as well, where they can go and experience street food and things like that, which directly relate not just to a curated package, but things like that. Yeah. So.
That's wonderfully put, ma'am. In fact, it's like you just said, it shouldn't just look very packagey and like a perfect, I think imperfections is what travelers love. And nobody wants their trip to be perfect. We plan it that ways, but I think the hidden experiences, the experiences about imperfections is what we remember the most, we cherish the most. Yeah.
To be there to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Jyoti, Mayal, coming to you now. Would love to know, again, how do you think India as a destination, taking this conversation forward, when we speak of communities and culture coming together, how do you think as a country in the tourism landscape, how are we doing so far? Especially post the pandemic. Again, inbound tourism has increased, but it's not reached the levels we would want it to. So your thoughts on that? How could we leverage the community angle bit here in our country?
Yeah. Yes, I would say that we haven't done very well where inbound is concerned, but our outbound is increasing by leaps and bounds, and that's where they all are benefiting from us. But we need to benefit from them too. So going forward, let me come first to the new generation, which we've been talking about, the Gen Z and the millennials. I think they are looking for, they are not looking for a trip, they are looking for transformation. That's the new word which the Gen Z is really using, because when they want to travel, they don't want to travel. So that's what we also need to inculcate, that we need them to be transformed when they come to our country. So they need to enjoy the communities, they need to enjoy the local families, maybe cook with them, maybe deal with them like Maheshni just said about with crafts, and how they live with the localites. That's where community living comes in. And that's what they want to enjoy more. So the business is going to be shifting from the tier 1 and tier 1 cities, especially the metro cities, and move more towards tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But India needs to do a lot. I think what we need to showcase is more about how ease of travel comes in, because again today the young generation they want a lot of ease of travel. So the visas, the connectivity, the last mile connectivity, all of this needs to come in for the traveler to make it more authentic, to make it more seamless, because India is a huge country and it's one of the largest. So people do have that sense of not belonging when they are visiting this country, and they also have a sense of getting lost. So the packages that need to come around by all my colleagues sitting here and the fraternity should be ones which are easy to read, easy to travel, so it doesn't get very complex for them. And of course, they're all digital nomads today. So they need to be given everything digitally, so they are not actually having to face anyone, but they need to enjoy with their own time, like just she said. They want their own time and their own experience to come
Absolutely.
in. Because today it's all about experiences.
It is indeed, and we so look forward to that. Sir, coming to you, in terms of the ease of travel processes that Ms. Jyoti Mayal also just highlighted, we speak of direct flights, we speak of easy visa processes, we speak of affordability. Any other initiatives that Egypt has done so far or is looking forward to execute to ease the friction of travelers within the country?
Actually, thank you very much for this question, and I was hoping that you would ask me something like that. In order to answer this question, I think I need to tell you how do we look at the Indian society, not the Indian tourists, because we don't like to look at Indian tourists as a product. When we are dealing with the Indian society, we look at you as a great civilization, as great as the Egyptian civilization. So what is important for us in Egypt is your dignity. So mentioning the word friction, I would highly disagree with that. What is important for us is your dignity, the indignity of the Indian people when they are coming to Egypt. Having said that, we have the whole ecosystem for ease of travel for Indian travelers. You can get visa upon arrival if you have the Schengen and American visas. You can get the visa from the embassy and our consulate right away in a very few days. You can get an e-visa. Right. So you can get a 5-year visa if you want, if you're a businessman. Regarding connectivity, it cannot be better. We have Egypt Air direct flights from Delhi and from Mumbai directly to Cairo. So the whole ecosystem is there. What we are trying to do the next few years and the next month and the next period is that we have a whole program, package program, for all the Indian people. So what I would urge you to do is come to visit Egypt, and not just visit Egypt, come live Egypt. I can assure you, I can promise you that you will be thrilled, you will be astonished how similar our two countries are. If you walk on the streets of Egypt, nobody will recognize that you're Indian or you're a foreigner. Probably the people will come up to you and speak to you in Arabic. So they will not recognize that you're a foreigner in the first place. Come to visit the Grand Egyptian Museum, which is the largest museum in the whole world. There is a lot of things that people come to do when they come to Egypt. So the word friction, I highly disagree with.
Thank you so much for insight, sir. Clearly very enlightening. And I look forward to visiting Egypt very, very soon and see what all it has to offer. Again, it's beyond pyramids, and there's so much to, with the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum again. There's a huge chunk of inbound tourism that the country has witnessed. We'll speak about that in a while. Coming to you, Ambassador Aliki, would love to know again, with terms of Greece, any initiatives that you have in mind in order to ease the travel process within the country for Indian travelers and for the rest of the world, because we're so excited to visit the country.
And I'm very excited because talking about getting to Greece more easily, in January we Indigo inaugurated a direct flight from Mumbai and Delhi to Athens and vice versa, which is an extremely big thing for us and our tourism, so that Indian travelers can go and fly directly to Greece. I think that what we are trying to do is digitalize everything. As Ms. Jyoti said earlier, you have to try and have a seamless procedure, so everything is easier and more attractive for younger people. Absolutely. I just wanted to mention something different, though, which is one of the preoccupations that younger people have also, which is sustainability in tourism. So one of the goals that we have, and I think that we share with Indian professionals on that sector in general, is to try to have sustainable tourism. It's very important to our future. It's very important to maintain the country and the beauty of the country, of both our countries. So that is also a goal that we have for the next few years in the sector of tourism.
Very well put, ma'am. In fact, sustainable tourism, as you just mentioned, it's something that I think travelers also look forward to and are very involved in personally. I've seen, the younger audiences or, travelers in the age group of 20s or 30s, they want to be responsible while traveling, right? Ambassador Maheshwari, would you like to add to that? Have you seen that in Sri Lanka as well?
Yes, as I was mentioning even previously, I think sustainability and the consciousness and the being conscious that you're not harming the environment and that you're also, whatever you do directly benefits communities and families, I think is a big thing amongst especially the younger generation, which is a very positive aspect actually for tourism. And you were talking about ease of travel, so I just want to say that traveling to Sri Lanka is probably as easy as traveling to another state in India, because everything is digital. You don't need to visit an embassy to get a prior visa or anything like that. You just need to book your ticket.
Right.
And if you have a valid passport, you can travel. The ETA approval comes within minutes, and visa is on arrival, so it's very easy. And where connectivity is concerned, we have 200 flights a week between different destinations in India and Colombo. And Indigo just started direct flights between Delhi and Colombo in March. We have Air India flying once a day between Delhi and Colombo, and we have Sri Lankan Airlines flying operating two flights between Delhi and Colombo every day.
Right.
So connectivity is easy as well as access where visa is concerned.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, ma'am. Ms. Mail, any closing thoughts on what the new traveler is all about, according to you? The new Indian traveler, witnessing the cultures globally, and again, travelers coming to India. How can we decode the new traveler this year in 2026?
I would say all travelers globally. I mean, because they are the young generation. The old ones have traveled at all, and they're still traveling, and they continue to travel. But the young generation, which is traveling, you call them, and I think very soon you'll be having Alpha, and then you'll be having Beta generation too, traveling a lot. They're all looking, of course, for sustainability, like I said, with inclusivity, because that's another very important aspect that every young traveler is looking at, because they are more empathic towards people. And I think they are being brought up that way. Sustainability, not only as eco and not only as green environment, but also of building up communities, what the topic says, because that's a very important aspect of tourism.
Right.
Because when you are traveling, you are building communities, and when you're giving locals a job, you are actually building them and making them much better. So I think that says for all countries, and a country like India, which has so many tribes, and we have tribal tourism, and we have community tourism, and we have immersive tourism. So I think India is a civilization by itself, which can actually make travel the best and most immersive and most experiences and most storytelling.
That's a wonderful closing thought, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you all to our esteemed panelists today. It's been an absolute honor. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've had so much diversity today on this platform, and we are beyond ecstatic. Thank you so much. Would request all the ambassadors to kindly stay on stage along with Ms. Mail. We have a few awards in pipeline. Would love for you to grace the stage, please.
Beach vacations or mountain retreats, cultural immersion or religious pilgrimages, a family getaway or an adventurous solo escape. Every traveler has a purpose and a dream to explore the unexplored. A a dream to spend time with loved ones, a dream to find solace in nature walking. Yet, across every journey, one thing stands out distinctly: India's travel story, which is evolving one vacation at a time. To decode India's changing tourism landscape, we bring together diverse voices with distinctive on-ground perspectives on travel and tourism. 5 power-packed sessions under one roof and themes that matter the most. From navigating global travel disruptions to understanding how cultures and local communities are redefining destinations. From adopting artificial intelligence and tech-driven technologies to witnessing how Indian women are reshaping the narrative. By moving from being passive travelers to primary decision makers, prioritizing safety, autonomy, and experience. Meet these incredible explorers and changemakers shaping the future of travel and tourism. Welcome to the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026, a one-stop destination where ambitious ideas converge into actionable strategies, shaping stronger policies and even deeper domestic and global connectivity. Because being iconic means creating an impact that remains forever.
Now, may I please request Mr. Balbir Mayal to kindly join us on stage, Director, New Airways Travels, to present the next set of awards. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin with the first category. The category of We'll begin with the first category, unique guest experience in hospitality, and the award here goes to Mohammed Ali, Director, Global Sales, Accor Hotels. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Next, in the category of creating tourism experiences, the winner is Creative Travel Private Limited, and we have with us Mr. Dimple Singh, Chief Operating Officer at Creative Travel Private Limited. We have with us Mrs. Dimple Singh. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Well, the applause shouldn't stop. I think we should continue celebrating all the milestones in the travel and tourism landscape today. Next up, in the Sustainable Global Airline category, the winner is Lufthansa Airlines, and we have with us today Mr. Hemant Chitlangia, Head of Market Steering South Asia. Congratulations. heartiest congratulations. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I'm going to keep pestering everyone for the applause. And next up in the category of Resilient and Scaling New Heights, the award goes to Air India Limited, and we have with us Ms. Sonia Bhalla here today, AVP Regional Sales Head, North India Commercial Sales. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations once again, ma'am. Next up in the category of Responsible Destination Development, the winner is Auxilia Networks, and we have with us Mr. Paramjeet Bawa, founder and principal of at Auxilia Networks, and Mr. Shah Hussain. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations once again. And next up in the category of Empowering Youth Skills, again a very interesting category. The award goes to TMI Academy, TMI Academy of Travel, Tourism and Aviation Studies. And we have with us Dr. Kuku S. Kumar, who's the MD at TMI Academy of Travel, Tourism and Aviation Studies. Heartiest congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations once again, ma'am. And well, we spoke about people and stories a lot in our panel discussion just now. And next up in the category of Global People's Choice, the award goes to Goa Tourism. And we have with us Mr. Shiv Kumar, Officer, Goa Southern, New Delhi. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Clearly a lot of celebration in line today for all the awardees. Congratulations once again. Now may I request Ms. Jyoti Mayal and Mr. Balbir Mayal to kindly felicitate our esteemed panel of ambassadors. Thank you so much for all your insights, for all that you shared with us today, your time. It was truly a privilege. Thank you. Congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you so much to our esteemed panel. Thank you so much for your time. What an enlightening morning so far. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would request, now we break for lunch. And please do join us for a perfect opportunity of a networking lunch. And please be back by 2:45. We do have a lot of discussions, conversations lined up. Looking forward to your presence. Thank you.
Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing. It's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. On WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive. At these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम WION नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। WION यानी World is One News.
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
Exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disaster
a different way forward.
Extensive.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center. Have a nice trip.
Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
By
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict,
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
of disease,
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
Relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Commemorate the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
My ability. Preserve, protect.
security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
The rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
South Africa, for WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing, it's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive. At these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम WION नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। WION यानी वर्ल्ड इज वन न्यूज़।
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disaster zones.
A different way forward.
Extensive
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center.
Have a nice trip.
Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
by
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict.
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
Of disease.
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
Of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
with my ability. Preserve, protect.
Security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
The rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
For WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing. It's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive. At these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम WION नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। WION यानी वर्ल्ड इज वन न्यूज़।
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
Exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disasters.
A different way forward.
Extensive.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center.
Have a nice trip. Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
by the Afghan.
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict.
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
Of disease.
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
Of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the horde. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
With my ability, preserve, protect.
Security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
The rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
South Africa, for WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing. It's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive. At these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम वियोन नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। वियोन यानी वर्ल्ड इज वन न्यूज़।
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
Exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disasters.
A different way forward.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center.
Have a nice trip.
Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
by
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict.
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
Of disease.
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
Of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
with my ability. Preserve, protect.
Security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
Rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
South Africa, for WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing. It's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive at these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम वियोन नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। वियोन यानी वर्ल्ड इज वन न्यूज़।
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
Exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the
Potentially a different way forward.
Extensive.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center. Have a nice trip. Hong Kong has been on the boil.
Chennai city has literally been
by
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict.
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
Of disease.
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
Of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
with my ability. Preserve, protect.
Security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
The rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
South Africa, for WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
luxurious getaways,
outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing, it's huge.
Emerging travel trends. And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive at these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
आज हम WION नाम के एक टीवी स्टेशन देश को समर्पित करेंगे। WION यानी वर्ल्ड इज वन न्यूज़।
A journey that began in 2016.
Donald Trump has been sworn in.
South Korea has a new president.
Exactly at the front line.
Aleppo is one of the disasters.
A different way forward.
A journey of commitment, courage, credibility, and innovation.
Heading to city center. Hong Kong has been on the
boy.
Chennai city has literally been
by
A journey uniting the world through one voice, the voice of WION.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
In Pakistan, we don't call him a terrorist.
Deepest disappointment when I heard US would be pulling out of this Paris Agreement.
दुनिया पहले दो कैंप में दो खेमे में बटी हुई.
Making a global impact.
White farmers that are being burned.
Decoding the pulse of politics, policymakers, and people.
World economy is under stress today.
Reading the warning signals of conflict,
The Taliban captured 2 provincial capitals in 2 days.
of disease,
Wuhan virus is now spread to 25 different countries.
of human misery.
This is the cry of the children of Gaza as they get bombed.
Today marks 1 year of the invasion of Ukraine.
The voice of trust and truth.
The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building.
There were jets moving out in
Relentlessly fighting misinformation.
WION is where we bring you the facts.
At the plane crash site.
Not running in the herd, but in the heart. New Delhi to New York. Cape Town to the Arctic. A footprint across 190 countries.
Kumbh Mela is the recognition of unity.
WION, World is One. India's global voice.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
my ability. Preserve, protect.
Security forces have been put on high alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
India briefs the diplomatic community over terror attack which happened in Jammu and Kashmir.
So, right now, we are with the volunteers from the Aleppo municipality. They are still trying to go to the rescue for the people they can find out.
The rising cost of living in Nigeria continues to impact citizens from all walks of life.
The Dharavi redevelopment project is set to be completed within the next 15 years.
China is South Africa's largest trading partner for 134 years straight.
A domestic aircraft carrying 72 people on board crashed in Pokhara city in central Nepal.
Fairly well-known study centers where a tragedy unfolded on Saturday night. 3 students whose bodies have been found after lots of water gushed into the basement of this coaching center.
After receiving an entire season's rainfall in a span of 48 hours, Chennai city has literally been brought to its knees.
For WION, World is One.
Explore the world with wings. Adrenaline-pumping adventures.
It's a good life.
Luxurious getaways.
Outdoor shower as well, and a private pool.
Delicious cuisine.
Wow, look at this thing, it's huge.
Requesting everyone to kindly assemble.
Emerging travel trends.
We'll be beginning very shortly.
And cultural festivities from every corner of the earth.
Feels a lot like being on a roller coaster. You really want to hold on.
For those looking for the best experiences worldwide. Only on WION Wings.
A race car to make your heart skip a beat. An
SUV to take you places you've never been.
I want a car that will take me wherever I want to go.
A tiny car to discover a big city. A motorcycle to feel the elements. WION Drive is hitting its stride, taking you for a spin on the latest cars and motorbikes. Stories of people and places about why you drive, what it brings into your life. Come hitch a ride at this intersection of motoring and culture. Only on WION Drive at these times.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play.
Welcome back, everybody. As we step into the next phase of the summit, we explore how technology and human connection are coming together to redefine travel. Requesting everybody to kindly settle down. We will be beginning very shortly. Thank you.
Tourism is a powerful catalyst for economic development, driving growth, creating jobs, and enhancing local communities. The glorious Gujarat is a significant tourist destination of the incredible India. Aligning with the ambitious vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, Viksit Gujarat Se, Viksit Bharat. At 2047, Gujarat boasts remarkable geographical diversity, from the vast salt plains of the Rann of Kutch to the lush green forests of Gir, home to Asiatic lions. Its pristine coastline, featuring picturesque beaches, thriving marine life and rich flora-fauna. Some of the most magnificent mountain ranges add majesty to this exquisite land. From the grandeur of UNESCO World Heritage Sites to showcasing historical marvels, from the alluring beach tourism to the thrilling adventure tourism, experience the tranquility of eco and rural tourism. More than 46 significant fairs and festivals are celebrated in Gujarat every year. An abundance of local art and handicrafts are core contributors to socio-cultural sustainability. Additionally, Gujarat is emerging as a premier destination for MICE. Unlocking the potential of Gujarat's already thriving tourism involves encashing its geographical diversity, enhancing its rich heritage, and enriching tourism with cultural experiences through modern infrastructure. This can be achieved by diversifying further offerings like cruise tourism, coastal tourism, recreational tourism, etc. Join us as we uncover and unlock the vast potential of Gujarat's myriad tourism offerings, exploring how vibrant Gujarat is poised to contribute to the vision of a prosperous India by 2047. Come to Gujarat, where life is a celebration.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we step into the next phase of the summit, we explore how technology and human connection are coming together to redefine travel.
Today's travelers seek more than just a getaway. They crave tailored experiences that elevate their journey. And technology is making those experiences faster, seamless, and more interesting than ever before. From artificial intelligence to automation, the travel and tourism industry is transforming at a rapid pace. But behind those systems, it's the human touch that turns a trip into an unforgettable experience. So, a pressing question emerges. As we embrace technology, do we risk losing the human element that defines true hospitality? Or can technology enhance the personal touch rather than replace it? On our next panel, we explore how innovation and human connection can come together to shape the future of travel and tourism.
And for this session, I would like to invite my colleague Shivan again up on the stage, please, to lead this discussion forward. And joining Shivan for the discussion are panelists are Anil Parashar, Executive Director, ITQ Technologies. Welcome, sir. We also have Ratna Chadha with us today, Chairperson and Founder, Tirun Travel Marketing. Parikshit Chaudhary, Chief Business Officer, B2B and Customer Contact Group, Make My Trip. Ranju Alex, CEO, India and South Asia, Accor. And Mr. Hirendra Sen Dabi, AGM Tourism Corporation of Gujarat. Welcome, panelists. Over to you, Shivan.
Thank you, Nikita. Welcome to all the panelists here. I'm sure and I hope everyone's had a good lunch. And let's continue with the discussions. Reimagining tourism with technology. And of course, human touch, which can never go away. And I think that's what I want to come to very gradually with all our panelists and their levels of expertise. Mr. Dhabi, let me start right off with you. Gujarat mein, if you can tell us, there is a sense that one understands it. You know, anywhere you go in terms of hospitality, the experience starts right at the door. You know, it's that warm smile that someone gives to you. I think that's where that experience of hospitality already starts. Whether it's the serviceman, whether it's the valet, anybody. Just that human warmth. That itself starts that experience of hospitality, regardless of which institution or which hotel or level of hotel you're going to. But Gujarat की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें how are we integrating technology and tourism? अगर आप मुझे थोड़ा सा बताएं.
See, as you said is correctly, like it can be technology and human touch can only be redefined. It can't be replaced because tourism is all about the real experiences, whether it is a tangible or intangible experiences, but it's all about the experiences. And whatever technology we introduce, we can't replace experiences with the technology. So yeah, Gujarat is already working on it, and historically हम देखने जाए तो we have introduced like technology in tourism, whether it is for promotion like AR, VR, or whether it is online booking, ticketing and everything. So we have introduced it since last few years, and we are also working to create more seamless experience for tourists who are coming to Gujarat in form of whether it is online booking or the real curated experiences we want to offer them. So yes, in fact I can also say about the one destination, which is Statue of Unity, of course. So we have introduced lot of this kind of technology intervention to provide seamless experiences to the tourist.
ये personalized experiences जो हैं, I'll come back to you a little later just to explain more on that. Miss Alex, let me come to you with that. You know, I was just thinking about when I was trying to put the questions together. When I was putting the questions together, I was thinking about, you know, whenever I go to any kind of a hotel, you know, and as I just mentioned, while I was coming here as well, just the warmth with someone would take your bag, check it in. The valet who would take your car, the serviceman who will open the door for you. Can something like that, which is so personal, which has that human element, can that ever be replaced regardless of how much of AI starts getting integrated into the hospitality business or tourism at large? If you can just share your insights on that.
So I'll just take an example. Very recently, I think a couple of weeks back, I drove to Chandigarh. And I remember 20 years back, if you were to drive from one destination to the other, you would stop every 5 kilometers and say, Bhaiya, kahan se jana hai? Left lena hai? Right lena hai? And all of that, right? Today, the GPS makes life so much easier. Thankfully, for the last 2-3 years, it's also started telling you whether to take the flyover or not to take the flyover, which was not the case earlier. But at the end of the day, stopping at Murtal for the parathas and the chai and the buzz of the people, early morning buzz of people having chai, mujhe adrak wali chahiye, mujhe ilaichi wali chahiye, you can't take that away. A part of an experience to drive to Chandigarh, that is a critical part of the experience. And if I may take that example and put it in hotels, it's exactly that. Tech can tell you how you would like your coffee. Tech can tell you how many minutes before your bag reaches your room. But the tech can't take that bag and say, sir, would you like anything else? Would you like me to show you the room? Or here's your coffee, have a great day. So that's the difference. I think in hospitality has always been about the human element. It shall continue to be about the human element. Yes, it can enhance the experiences in a manner where we would like personalization, what people are looking for. But can it do the job? No. That human element, the best case scenario should be high tech and high touch, both.
I think you painted a beautiful picture of that drive and the Murthal and the parathas and everything. It really carried me with you as you were painting that. Let me come to Mr. Chaudhary next, Parikshit. Online travel platforms, and I wanted to understand because it's really at the intersection of technology and the customer experience. But AI is a reality. It's very much part of it. If you're not going to be availing of the services of AI, you are going to fall behind, and I understand that even as a customer. But how are you using AI to personalize travel at scale? And Ms. Alex mentioned about personalization. If you can take that further relative to your platform.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, Evan. First of all, I think I take the opportunity to thank Jyoti ji for giving Make My Trip an opportunity to come and talk at this fantastic forum. Okay, personalization, and before getting into personalization, if you look at online platforms per se, and I'm talking about the Amazons of the world, not essentially talking about OTAs to begin with, more used to be good. So when a customer used to come on the platform, Amazon would say selection, which is nothing but choices on the platform. More choices, more was your business. Right, and that's how Amazon has built its business traditionally. And when I went into and came into online travel aggregation or platform play, Amazon's playbook was copied by everyone, where more was good. More hotels on the platform, it's good for the consumer to come, spend time on the platform, look at the choices and make those choices. That theory is actually now on its head. Now less is good, right? So, and that's where probably personalization come in, because traditional matrices like time spent on the platform are actually not the right metric now to look at when you think about conversion. Finally, end of the day, it's how quickly are you converting the user and how quickly is the user actually moving out from the platform. And that's where I think, whether we like it or not, AI would come in to play, where it would narrow down your choices so that the consumer is reaching to that right decision-making point to kind of quickly do the checkout and move on with things. So time spent on the platform, less will suddenly be good. And that's where probably, personalization would come in. And just to kind of make the point a little more lucid, Shiven, if you look at a consumer, basis the type of travel the consumer is taking, the choices of travel change, right? For example, if you're taking a business trip, your choice of the hotel would be different when you're taking a leisure trip with family. It would be different when you're taking a leisure trip with friends. Now, that's where I think fundamentally personalization and AI would come in, where as a technology, it preempts what is your use case, and basis that, it personalizes the choices, which are very easy for you to kind of look at that and kind of click on it and move on with things. And that's where I think it's going to play a major role. I can go on and on, but I'll take a pause and give others a chance to kind of...
Mr. Parashar, I'll come to you with that. Are companies investing in technology more? Is it innovation which is for growth, or is it more resilience against disruption? Because we had a full discussion on disruption and resilience and how travelers have become more resilient. But the investment in technology, is it more for, is it innovation for growth, or is it resilience against disruption? How do you see it?
Yeah, thanks Jyoti ma'am. Thanks WION for inviting me. So a few years back, it was a no-brainer, it was growth. But we have seen and we have heard in the earlier discussions what disruption can do and how many types of disruption, be it health disruption, geopolitical, and so on and so forth. That really means that you have to have focus on growth, but in a resilient model. And that is where the big difference comes now. Where do you focus more? And that is clearly now the vote is, while growth is the way forward, but the platform, your automation has to be resilient to stand up to the shocks. It has to be shock proof. And how do you make it shock proof is the journey as far as the technology is concerned. So very specifically, it's a resilient model, but for growth, and the resilient model has to be shock proof.
Just for the sake of better understanding, sir, if you can just elaborate maybe with an example that we can kind of, which we've used or we've experienced, and then we can understand better what you're explaining.
Yes, so normally you would, just focus on what he explained about the growth. But today, you need to be secure, you need to be risk-proof, and when you ask for an example, so let me give you a very specific case. Artificial intelligence itself is a very, how should I say, a loosely used word, mixing between automation and artificial intelligence. And what artificial intelligence does is that it uses a lot of external data points. It plays on data and technology to produce what it is. Now, if I was to talk of a recent case, Anthropic case, and that's a specific citation is Barth versus Anthropic. What they did was they took all the data from the world, from all the authors, put it on the system. And that, while that gave you a lot of data points, but was the system resilient enough? The answer is no, because they did not take care of the security, they did not take care of the privacy. We had a case in ma'am's earlier organization, Marriott in Shanghai. I mean, they use biometric. Now, if you ask anybody here, what's the way to go into the hotel? Everybody will say biometric, right? But the point is, can you use biometric at the cost of privacy? Now, that's the resilience you require in the systems.
I hear your point. Ms. Chadha, let me come to you. How do you use technology to enhance and not just replace human touch? Because I understand, I think, and that's something the panelists have also elucidated further, that human touch is needed, but how do you use technology to enhance that human touch in that overall luxury experience that you provide to anybody who's coming to you? It's on, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Please.
And thank you for inviting me. For me, technology is only an enabler.
Understood.
For me, my motto is use technology, and I'm not a tech person at all, far from it. Use technology to process the predictable. Use human resources to elevate the experience. You cannot. It's both have to go hand in hand, but technology can only enhance the experience. It cannot define it.
I get your point.
Okay, so that's my first premise. And we are in a people's business. For me, nobody comes back to me to say, oh, my trip was so good because it was completely hassle-free and the technology was so good. They come back and say, what a good experience we had because we discovered new things. It was a meaningful engagement. We saw so much, we learned so much. And we felt good about the way we were handled. You can have people booking rooms on apps, booking airlines on apps, going on various websites to see reviews and all of that. But you cannot have somebody go with an unforgettable experience if there's no human touch. And I think we as an industry here, there's a gap somewhere. The question I ask myself is, what is it that we should not automate? I mean, my esteemed panelists here are all in that business, and everybody has talked about automation, and we do need it, whether it's AI or whatever it is. What is it that we don't need to automate so that we don't lose our human dignity? The basic premise of anyone in hospitality and tourism is bringing joy to other people's lives. We are touching people's lives who we do not know. How are we going to do that if there's no touch? There's no touch point. So it's, for me, this is my motto.
I take your point. Let me just add to that, because I don't think anyone feels that AI will eliminate human touch altogether. I don't get that sense from any of our panelists, but I feel that AI, if it is not employed, there will be a lapse somewhere, because it is getting employed everywhere else. But let me come back to Ms. Alex with that. As far as AI is concerned, as far as technology is concerned, we've heard of AI concierge, then there is automation, which is becoming more and more common. Then there are digital check-ins, which we're seeing in the airports as well. We're seeing it. Also, we'll start seeing it soon enough in other locations. How does luxury service look like in the future with AI becoming more a part of it going forward? But as you mentioned, human touch, as ma'am mentioned, human touch cannot be eliminated. So how does the future of luxury look like as AI increases it in relevance?
So, contrary to the belief that luxury is all about satin sheets and tapestry and carpets and gold-plated teacups and all of that, actually luxury is about emotion. If a hospitality company wants to get luxury right, it has to either train its people or hire people who get the emotion right, who preempt what the guest wants and delivers it even before it's asked for. And that's never ever going to change. AI, automation can help you achieve some level of that in your professional life, but it'll never be replaced. Now, one has to be very sensitive and smart about where is it that you want more automation. For example, most of us in this room use DigiYatra. And I think it's a damn good thing to happen.
I think everyone's used it.
Right?
Yeah, we're extremely convenienced by it too.
Extremely convenient. You don't have to stand in a queue.
Exactly.
And because so many people don't use it in India these days, you are the fastest. You go, you have a separate line even at security, and you are in. Because at the airport, time is of essence. You're not looking at people and trying to get the look and feel of the airport. No, because your ultimate aim is to get on that flight that you are meant to. In a hotel, you are paying for a different look and feel altogether, the luxury part of it. And hence it is important that that automation of say, human-less check-in, human-less check-out, things like that will never ever become popular. There might be a certain section of people who might opt for that, but I don't see that becoming a rule or a norm. That'll be more like an exception but we should have that, the ability as an organization to offer that, say, should you want it. So luxury is very, very different. Today, luxury is all about unique experiences. It is about personalization. It is about emotions, heavy emotions. Like ma'am said, you will never get a complaint from a guest saying, oh, my check-in took 2.5 minutes instead of 1.5 minutes that you hoteliers practice. But you will always get a complaint saying the person was not warm enough or was not friendly enough or did not preempt what I wanted. So I think that element always will remain, and it's better on our part as hoteliers to understand that element of luxury.
Perfect. I take your point. Mr. Prashar, I'll come to you with that. As far as And I'll take it from what Ms. Chadda mentioned regarding we need to decide which part of technology we want to take and which part we don't want to take. But when we look at back-end infrastructure and how things function regarding hospitality, whether it's booking tickets, whether it's anything else, if any one part of that crashes, or the examples and apt examples that Ms. Alex shared regarding Google Maps taking you to Chandigarh, or whether your check-in experience, if even one part of it malfunctions, Wi-Fi goes down, one thing, what is the cascading effect that one is expected to face from your perspective?
So brittle or poorly integrated systems produce bad results. And it is critical that the back end is what is the heart, the power that is supplied. That you have a proper system and a mind application with regard to the workflows, with regard to integration of the different verticals of the business, and with speed. That is where artificial intelligence really comes in. One of the key factors of artificial intelligence is the speed and the data. Now, while the customer or the people deal with the front end, but what matters is the back end. The experience will not come from the front end. It will come from what is at the back end. So it is very critical that data flows, it's consistent, it's fast, it's personalized, and all of those elements that are required to make that integration back end. And it's not just about, artificial intelligence is just not about technology per se. It is data and technology merged to make new tools and new products that is offered in the market. So it is a more complex thing, and it is all at the back end and integration required. So you need to have all of your energy and all of your focus on the back end.
Understood. Mr. Chaudhary, I'll come to you. I'd like to get your opinion on this. How do you feel technology is helping in improving real-time customer calls or support and issue-related support? How do you feel that helps in real time? Because that is one place where any customer would want it done at the earliest. So where does that help in?
Yeah, Shivin, the classic dilemma is that the booking today can happen in 2 seconds, but a resolution takes 72 hours. That doesn't work. That is not going to work in days to come, right? So, essentially, about 15 years ago, people would not believe that booking can happen in 2 seconds. Today, bookings can happen in 2 seconds. Today, people believe that resolutions can happen in 2 seconds. It will happen eventually. So where I'm getting with this is very, very simple. Just look at a data point, right? When you look at, call centers getting calls for resolution, the happy use case is 95%. 95% of the time, the user actually gets a happy use case. It's just that the 5% cases when the user is stuck, and that's the moment of truth, right? When the user is stuck. Typical example, gets into a hotel, the hotel room is not great, some issue with the room, and that's when you're kind of either calling the travel agent partner or the OTA from wherever you're booked, or even directly from the hotel, and kind of wanting the resolution to happen. Now, I fundamentally feel that their playbooks and human touch will be important to kind of do the resolution. But you would also see generic calls coming in, which are very contextual in nature, and there probably you don't need a human to kind of solve. For classic example, out of the 5% cases which are not happy when the user is calling up, we see 40% use cases where the user is actually calling up for general information. Understood. Is a pet allowed in the hotel? Now, I generally, ideally think that information is available, but today the Gen Zs of the world are, if I might use a word, a little less workaholic to find that information. So if you take it to a conversational flow, right, and if that conversational flow is where the AI is answering in a very, very simple way, you don't need a human agent to kind of solve that, right? Understood. And it happens real time. So contextuality in certain use cases, I think AI is going to play a massive role in solving and giving a faster response. And the response needs to be relevant, right? Today in this day and age, we hear of AI hallucinating, right? And generally, that would take time.
Yeah.
Mr. Parashar was talking about the backend systems. Unless the data feeds are right, the LLMs will not work the way you would want them to work, right?
That's essential to make the flow conducive and to keep it real time and not to let things fall out of a basic pace that a customer would also be expecting. But thank you so much to all my panelists. I've been told we're really running short of time. Miss Alex, very quickly if you can.
Discussion's getting very heavy. And if I may, on a lighter note, say something.
Please go ahead.
How many baby boomers in this room? My age group, 50s, 45-ish. That's it? 4 of us? Okay. You will need us when the Wi-Fi turns off.
Ma'am, we need the generation all the time.
Because I feel our generation, the baby boomers, have been so good at doing Excels that should the AI or the tech go off, we will go back to Excels in a jiffy. So keep us entertained. We are very valuable for your system.
Round of applause. I think that definitely.
I just want to add one point.
Go, ma'am, please go.
That in this day and age of high tech or A-tech, whatever you want to call it, I think the new luxury is the personalized human touch.
Understood. I totally get your point.
I just want to end on that, because it's irreplaceable.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you need that. So you can be as techie as you want to be, but if you miss that little emotive touch and that connect.
I get your point.
Then as an industry, we have failed.
But thank you to all my panelists. We're really running short of time at this point, but very quickly would like to felicitate all our panelists who are here on the stage with us. Nikita, if we can just ask.
Thank you so much to all the esteemed panelists for a very engaging discussion.
And point totally taken on the baby boomers.
Yes.
Nothing takes away from that.
Absolutely not. Thank you so much, and would like to call Ms. Jyoti Mayal on stage, please, to kindly felicitate our panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Shivin. Moving on to our next very engaging discussion. From stories on the road of many travels that we've captured, now moving to the leadership at the helm, we now spotlight women who are shaping the future of travel and tourism with vision and impact.
The travel, tourism and hospitality industry is rapidly evolving, and at the very core of this change is women power. Women are no longer following the old rules. They are challenging them and rewriting them. This was once an industry where women were largely confined to operational roles, but it is no longer the same. Today, women are increasingly driving leadership, innovation, and the direction of the sector. And they are leading with empathy, collaboration, and an understanding of people, qualities that are reshaping what great leadership looks like. Women leaders are lifting each other up and collectively reimagining travel as a force that creates a positive impact on communities, ecosystems, and the industry at large. Let's look at how women leaders are shaping the future of the travel and tourism sector.
Well, I couldn't be happier moderating this discussion and taking forward all the insights that women leaders have come for themselves in the tourism and travel landscape. A journey that all of us wish to know more about, their challenges, their strengths, their teams who have made them the leaders that they are today, taking care of various elements and diverse landscapes in the tourism industry. Each one of them with a diverse background, each one of them with a very colorful set of elements in their background, and would love to know more about your journeys. Also, it's really interesting to note how a lot of people today, right from Gen Zs to people in their 40s and 50s, a lot of them are travel enthusiasts. A lot of them look for careers in the travel landscape, and what better way to learn from the best, learn from women who've seen the travel industry evolve so much over these past years, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, the changes that they've seen in their target audiences. And we can't wait to know more about your journeys. Respectfully, would love to call on stage Ms. Vasudha Sondhi, who's the Managing Director, Arbonne Marketing Private Limited. Welcome, ma'am. Pleasure to have you with us today. Please. Next up, we have Ms. Meena Bhatia, Vice President and General Manager, Le Méridien, New Delhi. Welcome, Ms. Meena. Pleasure having you with us today. Ms. Yumi Talwar, the Chief Operating Officer, South Asia, VFS Global. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we, of course, have with us Ms. Navina Jaffa, Heritage Tourism Leader and Author. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ms. Navina. Like I said before, I couldn't have been happier sharing this platform with all of you. You all have carved a special niche for yourselves in the travel landscape, and it's truly an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. I would love to start with how each one of you're from a different part of the travel ecosystem. And I would love to start with you, Ms. Vasudha. Would love to know what, according to you, is truly driving tourism growth these days. We speak of visas, we speak of destination marketing, we also speak of, when it comes to accommodation stays, their marketing. The traveler is choosing to travel on what accounts? Is it policy, price, or perception?
Thank you so much for having me on this session. Of course, policy, price, perception, all of it plays a very important part. Access to the destination, flights, visa liberalization, infrastructure, all of this plays a very big role. But I would come back to perception. How destinations and hotels are telling their story. What is being put out to attract the differing and varying tastes of audiences. We are looking at audiences from 15 years to the boomers, 60 years and plus. So I think storytelling somewhere plays a very, very big part. So I would really say perception.
That's a wonderful thought. I'll get back to you on that. Ms. Meena, what do you think about the same? Why does it travel to a specific destination? What is it?
Of course, perception is important. Price, I don't think it is important, because if there is a desire to go somewhere, I think people do go irrespective of the price. Policies, of course. But I think over and above all this, one more important thing is the people, because it is actually the stories of these people, how you are received in a destination. That is a memory that people come back with, and I think that is more relevant to me.
That's a wonderful thought. Ms. Yumi, what about you? What do you think? Do you have a different take?
Well, I don't think you can really box it to, one of these parameters. I think travelers are very intelligent, and if they have to travel somewhere, they will travel. I mean, I come from the visa industry. Yeah, to a certain extent, visa does play an important role, and that's something that I know. So, we saw last year and the year before destinations which gave visa-free travel and e-visa. There was a huge rush to these destinations like Azerbaijan or, some of these locations. So yeah, it does play an important role, visa as well. But overall, I think if I as a traveler, if I want to go somewhere, then I'll find that price and, I'll get my visa done or whatever. So I think perception, definitely yes, but it's also, now there is so much of influences by everybody, word of mouth, social media influences. So you can't really say, but I think all of these three play an important role in a decision.
Lovely. That's a healthy mix of all these parameters. Mr. Veena, would love to know, you've been at the crossroads of heritage and academics and culture, right? And you've seen these three elements also evolve. Would love to know, according to you, in the cultural landscape, people who really look forward to exploring spiritual tourism, culture in a specific destination, what truly drives them now? Is it just the destinations and the landmarks they're visiting, or there's something more to that mix?
Well, my reference point is ChatGPT, and I have 15 people sharing a premium with my son. And I look at their choices and what they are feeding in.
Right.
And it's very interesting that they go by perceptions with regard to food. They want unique experiences. Yes, the hotel matters, but it's really the experience and the food that is driving youngsters who are Gen Z, cash rich, time paucity. And the older generation, when I talk to people between 40s and 60s, people want qualitative travel, stay which has a story. They don't want to, because they have an experienced life, so they've all seen the 5-star hotels, etc. So they want properties with character, and they want that character to come out in the experiences as well.
That's a wonderful thought. We've spoken about experiential travel so much today, and it's been one of the leading trends in the travel industry. But when you look at hospitality as a space, when you look at the entire industry, what are the other elements around experiential travel that have to work for it to actually create an impact? Because everyone, in terms of marketing a particular destination, will go all out looking at testimonies, experiences, and you have social media sharing all of that. But what, according to you, Ms. Vasudha, if I may ask, what truly works to create a true, authentic, experiential travel experience?
Yeah, I think we are today in a very, very challenging environment because we have no stereotype. So we have a certain segment of the audience who's maybe a first-time traveler. They're going to be traveling within India. That's luxury for them. Just staying in a hotel could be a luxury. Okay, and they will want to tick off all the sightseeing spots. There would be travelers who would look at religious travel as an experience.
Right.
And there would be the boomer travelers who will want planned itineraries. They're discerning travelers who will want now no longer 5-star hotels, but they will want maybe intimate boutique stays.
Right.
So, you know, you're really, as a travel marketeer, okay, and I will look at myself maybe as a person who markets destinations.
Yes.
What is it that I am really pitching for in that destination? And so I have to be really very, very targeted towards my audience. I know that at my destination, I have adventure travel. I have panoramic sites. I have the most amazing cuisine. And I have fabulous hotels, whether they are 4-star or 5-star, the quality is absolutely excellent. And I have to make sure that I'm sort of bundling this to be relevant right from 20 years, because 20 to 30, 35, they're going to look at experiences. They're the kind of people who'll probably want to plan for 2 days, and thereafter, for the rest of the days they are in the country, they will want to go with the flow.
Right.
They will really not want to plan the travel. I had the good fortune of spending December with my daughter in Vietnam. And, you know, we had planned for 10 days. The plan went out of the window. There was just 2 days of planning. After that, she was checking on which are the best restaurants that serve local food. And, you know, we were just on the go. The whole experience was on the go. So I think for a destination to get that sort of stories out, I need to be very mindful of the age group that I'm targeting.
Right.
And I need to put all those stories and all those qualities out.
That's very well said and very well put out. Absolutely, it's about, you know, creating a holistic list of elements that truly connect with the people who want to travel to these destinations. Ms. Meena, you've been in the hospitality space for years now. And, you know, when we speak of experiential travel, when we speak of personalized experiences, where does the how is the hospitality industry evolving with the times in order to be relevant? As Ms. Vasudha rightly put it, one has to be, you know, relevant in their marketing. One has to, again, be relevant in their practices. So being in the hospitality industry, how do you think that industry is evolving to be relevant in terms of experiential travel?
So, yeah, that's a very good question, actually. So, hospitality industry has evolved as to make itself relevant to today and to the ask of the customers today, whether it is the journey of time that they spend in the hotel or the time that they spend in the destination. I think more important is that they go back with a memory of the destination, because that is what will really bring them back, and that is something that I think hospitality can give back. From the time I stepped into the hospitality industry, we only used to have one sound and light show in Red Fort, where we used to send our guests with an odomos that please wear this and sit and see that show, which was okay. But I'm so glad that today there is so much to do in the city. Today we have, you know, we have experiences that have been curated which are so memorable. We send, and as hospitality industry, we curate these experiences for our guests. We send them out on food tours, photography walks, marketplaces, festivals, etc. It's there and evolving, and that is the best part. And I think that has a lot of contribution towards the to make India more relevant for the Gen Z or the alphas who are now coming in. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your insights, Ms. Meena. Clearly very, very relevant. Ms. Yubi, would love to now ask you in terms, you know, we're speaking of India and experiential travel. Do you see India as still being a price-sensitive market or truly a value-driven global destination? How have you seen this perception evolve, considering, you know, you interact with a whole lot of stakeholders? So what do you have to say about that?
You mean India as a destination?
India as a destination, how is it viewed globally? Is it still a price-sensitive market, or people are really coming in for value-driven experiences?
No, I think if you look at globally for inbound travelers here, I don't think they consider India as a price-sensitive market, and I would think, in fact, they see it as a very rich cultural, heritage kind of places to go to, and value for money. So I wouldn't think it is price sensitive. For the value of their money, I think there's so much more that you can get, in India. So I think it is everybody's, I would think it is in everybody's, checklist or bucket list to come here. Of course, I mean, I don't have much experience in the domestic market, but I think we can do so much better to bring in these, travelers, because India is there as a top destination for anybody. But I think the overall, the infrastructure, how we are marketing this destination, I think that is very, very important. Like, when you travel globally and when you come here and you see so many beautiful things, you just, feel bad that how come people don't. I was in Khajuraho, say, about 2 weeks back, and I mean, I didn't see much crowd there, of course, but it is such a destination, you won't see these kind of, the sculpture or the architecture anywhere. I mean, we've been to all across, I've traveled across 40 countries, but look at that jewel, I don't know whether it's being marketed so well. I'm not sure, maybe they are, but I'm not too much, experienced in how we are marketing our destination, but definitely it's I think in everybody's bucket list, and they see value for money traveling here. And the hospitality. Everybody raves about the hospitality that is there in India, which is incomparable to other countries. Maybe some of the Southeast Asian countries, but if you go to Europe or anywhere, right? This is great. It's a great value for money, I would think.
Absolutely. Clearly, great value for money and experiences. Mr. Veena, would love to know your thoughts on, again, since you've been associated with cultural heritage of the country. And, there've been a lot of initiatives in the tourism landscape also when we speak of reviving a lot of destinations. We see, revival of Havelis. In Delhi itself, there've been a lot of revival initiatives. As travelers sitting in the room, excited to travel and truly also keep their identity intact within the country, as the country is known for its rich travel landscape. What can one do to truly preserve this, even as an outsider? How can I contribute in keeping our legacy and culture alive?
Okay, I'm going to approach your question on from another perspective, another lens. My book, which came out 2 years ago, Exhibiting India, Art of Heritage Walk, which is a Government of India publication, it entails certain methodologies. Number one, when you're curating the experiential, because when heritage in its largest canvas is to be consumed, it gets conserved. So increasing the consumption, which means the methodology comes, how do you exhibit it? So one is taking out a common denominator, irrespective of the age, the country to which people belong, the language they speak, and so on and so forth. The second is that people in experiential, whether the place you're living or the place you're visiting, how does the connecting facilitators, maybe it's the team in the hotel, maybe it's somebody who curates your experience, provides the path of creating that immersiveness.
Yes.
Okay?
Truly.
And that is almost like weaving. How do you put in that thread? And so you bring in very, very unconventional inclusion of perspectives to see things, but also community involvement. I'll give you a very, just quick 2 examples. One is a place in Kerala, very not that known, called Thalassery. It's known for its 3 C's, the first cricket club, the first Christmas cake, and the first circus. It's on the Malabar coast. The best time to visit is January or February. And the hotel that we took was 1866 on the mangroves. So I connected with zoologists in the university to come and give us a biodiversity heritage walk. And we put together all kinds of stories that came out. The second is Ajanta Ellora, tick-boxed on many, many occasions. But when you come to a certain image, how do you make the heritage get performed? So one of the ways I got some Nathpanthis, and they sang Dekhi liyo, Sara Jag dekhi liyo, and the idea of Shiva comes alive.
Right.
So it's about how do you create that performance is also about consumption, and irrespective of the age, and irrespective of the destination, these methodologies work.
Absolutely. That's beautifully put. What a beautiful thought. And, I wish I could carry this conversation for days together, but sadly we've run short of time. But it's been truly an honor and a privilege to share this platform with you and know so much about the travel industry and to interact with the leaders of today. It's truly an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you. And may I now request Ms. Jyoti Mayal to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists. Thank you. We now move forward to a very relevant and engaging segment, Voices from the Digital World. She travels, she posts, the truth about solo female travel. Now let's explore the realities, risks and rewards of solo female travel in today's age. And could I please invite on stage renowned influencers, speakers, Ms. Mia Lakra to come up on stage, please.
There was a time when solo traveling was a difficult task for women, but things have changed over the years. Solo women travelers are now driving global travel trends. And by choosing to travel independently, women travelers are leaving behind their familial and societal demands and rediscovering parts of themselves that get lost in years of caregiving. According to 2026 data reports, Costa Rica, the Central American country recently named one of the world's happiest countries, is also making strides for women. The country's ranking skyrocketed from 60th to 34th on the Women, Peace and Security Index, reflecting significant gains in women's inclusion, safety and security. Whether traveling across the country or around the globe, solo travel is immensely liberating. Join us as we explore how adventure and self-discovery take center stage in this new frontier of solo female journeys.
And we are back with another engaging conversation related to solo female travel in today's travel landscape. And with us, we have Mia Lakra, a renowned travel and lifestyle influencer. Thank you, Mia, for joining us today. We also have with us Ms. Diksha Mishra. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Diksha. Thank you for joining us. And we have with us Ms. Meens Malhotra. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Truly an exciting conversation I've been looking forward to. Thank you so much for joining us today. And it's, like I said, I've been looking forward to this panel since morning. Of course, the others were as exciting, but with regards to you've been in the thick of how the landscape is changing in terms of how digital media is taking over, social media, of course, what the audiences love watching, what truly grabs their attention. But also when we speak of travel, I'm sure all of you here love traveling, are avid travelers. You've seen the world and we've seen your content and it's beautifully done. Mia, I would first like to ask you, as when you speak of solo female travel, when you see this trend evolving in India, how do you feel about it? Is there a feeling of pride? Definitely. How do you see this trend taking shape in all age groups of women?
Well, Nikita, thank you so much for an amazing question. Well, in terms of being female and solo traveler, I love traveling. But what people, they don't see the other side of traveling solo is like they see the fancier side, the glamorous side of traveling alone and the Instagram and aesthetic pictures and videos. But on the other hand, traveling solo alone has also got little pros and cons as well. Like we have to be 24/7, like very cautious, be alert, be aware, like where are we guys going, what kind of people we guys will be surrounded with, what are their culture, what are their timetable or whatever schedule. Because whenever we guys travel, be it city, out of India, different people, different culture, different cities. So in terms of definitely solo travel has taught me freedom. Right. Has made a lot of awareness, has given me that being alert 24/7, the freedom of choices. Like earlier, I was very much dependent on my family, friends, or colleagues. But when I started traveling alone, I have experienced, explored a lot of things probably I wouldn't have done if I would have given a chance to travel alone. Yeah. So traveling alone teaches a lot of things in terms of professional life, personal, professionally, or whatsoever. But one major thing, what I really learned about it is like we have to be 24/7 alert, because what we guys post on Instagram, we guys don't show the harsh reality. How did we guys get that perfect shot, or the delayed flights, or maybe the kind of circumstances we must have faced to reach out there, or the kind of people also being like, encountering fans at times. When you're surrounded with public, we also need to know how politely we have to say no, because the society is very judgmental. We do say, okay, we guys don't judge, but let me tell you, even like we commoners, like we're gonna agree at every footstep of front, we guys judge. Beat you people or beat me, like no one is like saying, so everyone judges. So we girls, we female, we've got a lot of things to carry in our heart and shoulders, so yes.
Right. That's very well put, Mia, and certain very relevant points that you've made. Diksha, over to you. Of course, we've highlighted traveling solo is great, and digitally this has been glamorized as well. And it has been taken up well by women, like I said, across all age groups. But Mia clearly highlighted the scary side of it also and the precautions you need to take. Now, there are a lot of women-led communities and travel communities that have come up. Women opening up these communities, and you see a lot of traction of women, even my mom actually was pretty excited to go for one of these solo travel trips organized by women-led communities. So how do you see that trend shaping up, and could you tell us your thoughts, please?
Hi, thank you for this lovely question. Thanks for having me here. So I think travel is a big part of my life, and being an avid traveler, I also travel a lot with my family, with my 2 young kids especially, you know. So solo travel is a whole new segment for a lot of us, you know, something we've really tried on a little later in life, because throughout our 20s, I think we were given this advice, beta safe rehna hai, akele nahi jana kahin. And now suddenly women in their 30s, I think a lot of us post motherhood, post womanhood, you know, we're just like sort of rediscovering ourselves and our passion, and travel falls right into it. And that is where all these exciting communities are coming up, you know, women of like-minded mindsets, where they want to travel. They want to do solo travels, but they also want to be together, you know. So it's a win-win situation. I think these communities are a fab way to connect, to rediscover, and also find like a different group in life, you know. It doesn't have to be a regular group, you know, where you really learn and relearn life altogether. So it's a fabulous way to grow.
It is. Meeting new people is never boring. It obviously adds on to your personality.
It's the most exciting thing.
Yeah. And thanks for that, Diksha. Moving to you now. Would love to know, you know, we spoke about how travel also gives you a certain boost in confidence, right? And I'm sure you must have felt that in your solo travels as well. So let's say you go, you know, you travel solo somewhere, you come back. Do you actually feel that there's a different trait or different sense of confidence that you have inherited because of that travel? How does it really feel? Because it's not perfect. You've got to you know, come across certain challenges, and but when you come back home, do you have like really fun stories to tell, and do you feel like a different person? Do you connect with yourself more?
First of all, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your question. For me, traveling was a therapy and still a therapy, because when you go to a new place, you discover a lot of things, you discover yourself. But earlier, as Diksha said, we used to be, you know, our parents used to say, akele nahi jana. I used to go with family, with my husband, so everything was very planned, and everything, it was like, you know, from back-to-back thing. Like, itinerary was planned, my next destination was planned, from hotels to taxis, everything was pre-booked, and I used to like, chalo, theek hai, no burden on my shoulders, and I used to enjoy the trip. But from the moment I have started traveling alone, like the solo trips, first thing, it was a bit scary. As Mia told, there's a lot of pros and cons. You have to think about your that the place is being safe, you are in secure hands, and especially my husband said, wherever you go, you are going solo, but I need your location, I need everything, so he made sure that I'm, you know, in secure hands. But yes, for me, traveling solo is like discovering myself. By traveling solo, I realized that where I lack, what points I lack, what are my weaknesses, what are my strengths.
It gives you a space to...
Yes, it gives me a space.
Yeah.
I have that confidence. If I walk in a room full of strangers, I'll end up making friends. That the confidence I used to have, that has boosted all over. Plus, I have become, I have discovered myself as a total new human being. Another thing I would love to add, when I come back, I have a lot of baggages of happiness, lot of stories, lot of good memories, because when you go on a trip, you do not realize that time that you are making a lot of memories. Over there, you are meeting a lot of new people, you are making a new history out there. So yes, it's still a therapy for me.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
That very funny thing. We girls love to travel with a lot of luggage and bags and everything. But if you guys are traveling solo, my dear girls and solo travelers, make sure that you should carry, or you should be able to carry that much luggage which you can carry by yourself. Because recently when I went to Israel, I was the only person who had not one, not two, not three, but four. But there I thought, like, Indians are going to get helpers, or maybe I can just pay the money. But no, man, you will have to carry your own luggage.
Take responsibility. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and the other thing is like, as Mean said, like we should be like people's person. If you're traveling alone and we to a different community, groups or country or India, whatever it is, like we should know how to make friends, because traveling alone could be another challenge if you're not
Right. Absolutely.
like you're not a people's person, or maybe you're not expressive enough or vocal enough to what you need or like what kind of a person you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But I think sometimes, thanks for that, Mia. But Diksha, do you think that sometimes all you need is just an escape and a space just to yourselves, and you don't really need to interact with a lot of people when you go for these solo travels? Do you think people even use it for that experience?
I think that's very, very valid, because being in a public spotlight all the time, we are constantly surrounded by people and media and the public stare. So for me personally, solo travel is actually a way to connect with myself. Yes, of course, you meet fans on the way, you do meet random strangers also, which turn out to be great stories. But I feel solo travel is a great way to connect with oneself. Also, I feel where people talk about mingling and also making new friends, there's something that people don't really talk about. You have to be very careful also. Solo travel really teaches you a lot of responsibility. Not everyone will have the best interests, so you have to be very aware. You have to rely a lot on your gut instinct, because that's where, as women, we are very high on, we know exactly where to mingle, who to talk to, and that comes very naturally to us, and we have to be extremely aware that.
Right, absolutely. Very well put. Means, do you think at times, being a content creator yourself, shooting, editing constantly on a solo travel trip also takes away from the experience? What do you have to say about that?
You know what? When we post anything on Instagram, it has a when people see that, people think it's very fancy, it's very nice, it doesn't need hard work. But as a solo traveler, if I'm traveling solo, I have to make the itinerary myself. I have to see where I have to shoot. I have to carry all the luggages, like my camera, my everything on my own. Plus the hard work. Basically, people don't see the hard work. So it adds on. When I'm traveling solo, it's a lot of baggages that I have to I have to handle everything on my own.
Right, absolutely. Mia, would you like to add to that? Would you like to add to that?
No, that just reminded me of one thing. Jyoti, in that case, you were the right person to take initiative. We should have certain, hotels or logistics, or maybe you can take this into tourism board, that for solo female traveler, we should have the safest hotel, safest routes, the cabs or contacts POs in terms of emergency, for specially organized and curated for solo female travelers. And I mean to say the right person, I can just put this thing on the right platform. In terms of adding, I don't think so. As everyone, I'll agree with my fellow mates and with you also. Solo traveling is all about experiences. It's all about self-awareness, and it's all about making memories.
To add to that, solo travel and content becomes very tricky, because we usually go on a lot of these fam trips where we're sometimes solo, and we have to create content, make it look good. While we're getting ready, we're doing everything on our own. So we have to really invest in the right equipment, Solo travels also calls for having your own camera set up, your, the gadgets of the world, which will help you take the right content on your own. So you don't have to depend on others. It's okay to ask strangers in new countries, hi, can you help me with a picture? But that's not always very reliable. You can't always do that. So you need to have your tripods, you need to have your Insta 360, you need to have all your basically gadgets which will help you take the content that you want to post,
Absolutely. Is there one myth about solo travel that you would like to burst? Any myth about solo travel? Yeah.
I think people think it's a very luxury trip. Solo trip is totally hard work. You enjoy also, but everything has a pros and cons. So solo trip is hard working also. You have to think, you have to make up your mind. You have to think twice what you have to do, what you don't have to do. You have to plan everything on your own. So I think there's a myth that people think it's a very luxurious thing.
Yeah.
I actually want to burst a different side of this, you know. I still see women very apprehensive going on solo travel. I myself was. I want to burst the myth that solo travel is scary or is not doable. That's not the case at all. Solo travel is very, very valid. We are in 2026, you know. I think each one of us at some point in time should definitely give it a chance. It is the perfect way to rediscover yourself and to actually know what you enjoy without any pressure. And you'll come out as a different person altogether. You'll come out way more confident.
That's wonderful and beautifully put. Yes, Mia.
The last thing, like whenever we put something like that on social media, people say, breakup hua hoga. Either her life is not going good, or maybe she's taking
Only
somebody
because of
behind
which
the
she's
back.
traveling,
Of course, yeah. Me, I'll be honest, I'm one of the biggest troller as compared to these two people because I come from a reality show background. So I have been judged, I have been trolled at every step. After doing like Splitsvilla, and then when I travel, or maybe national, international, be it sponsored, fan trip, definitely some male must have sponsored. Definitely she is upset. Definitely her life is not going good. Or definitely something. Because social media is an open platform. People throw right, left, front, back. It's an open platform. They judge you. But now I've come way above and beyond that. All of this thing doesn't matter. So all the girls out enjoy, make the most and best of it. Reason being, हमें खुद नहीं पता whether we is alive or not. Tomorrow पता चलते चल जाए. So because of them, don't let your life suffer. So make the best use of it and enjoy the solo traveling, especially if it's sponsored.
Well, we would all love a sponsored solo travel trip.
I just
Perfectly put.
Yeah,
Why not the sponsored
ones?
ones?
Shopping, that's about it. And tomorrow, maybe if I have a boyfriend or something, may not. I don't even have to take care of that.
You know, I think after this discussion, how many women want to travel all alone, leaving everyone behind? I definitely want to. This week itself, I'll try and,
So Meena, next time you and me. Yes. Yeah.
Alone, yeah.
Alone. No, I'm gonna follow you.
Well,
But I think there are a lot of things now. They have started the concept of couch surfing, where people host you. They allow people to stay in their home, and there are many options now. There are many options in the platform.
It is. There are. And, you know, in terms of, like we just spoke about bursting myths, are there any interesting experiences, case studies that you'd like to share with us on your own solo travel journey? Something the most unexpected happened? You want to start? Maybe Deeksha, you want to start?
So my recent solo travel was not solo travel. It was solo travel with my two very young kids, a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, in New York City, which was a completely different experience for me. You know, New York can get very overwhelming, and especially with young kids. But I think the amount of confidence, of responsibility, and just everything that it taught to me and my kids is something I can't measure, you know. Probably in just 15 days, we learned what probably people learn in 5 years. My kids had to grow up very quickly. They had to understand. They are such pro travelers now. We travel a lot. So we just recently covered Disney launch in Singapore, the cruise. I could see how they have become so experienced living in a cruise also. They were so easy to pack and so mobile. They know exactly what to do. And these are the experiences we learned in just, being all alone in 15 days in a city, which is the #1 city in the world, but also the most overwhelming city.
Very chaotic too. Yes,
I think that is one of my most unique experiences.
Yeah. Anyone else? Mia, would you like to share something unexpected happening at solo travels?
With me, it's not just one. If you're going to ask me, I've got a list of unexpected things or whatever comes on my social media or my near and dear ones, especially my female friends, I would say. We believe that supporting and uplifting, but there are women only who believes in pulling it down. So when I was there in Costa Cruise, this thing, so somebody's like, with whom have you gone? Is it like you've gone alone? We don't believe it. Who is it? And blah, blah, blah. So thousands of questions. I mean, they should know them in the field. that any traveler can come up. Like on the way, I just got a call from Africa that they would like to host me up, but there are certain terms and conditions, XYZ. So people should be like now open to accept it. There's not like that anyone is traveling alone or whatever it is not doing good or whatever it is. Especially, and other thing I would like to say, we content creators, influencers are now also being recognized by the government, from the PM itself. So now it's our request, and we, I guess they're on the entire creators, influencers behalf, I would like to request, give us that respect and importance rather than influencer hai, creator hai. But we would like to add on. I guess we guys are equally doing good as compared to 9-to-5 job. I mean to say we guys are doing slightly better than them, because this is where even I struggle. When somebody says, oh, it also depends people to people.
Sure.
She's an influencer. And then the other people are like, okay, influencer. But on the other hand, I also come from a media background. If somebody says, oh, she's an anchor, she's from XYZ channel, oh, hi, this and that. So I can see this shift.
The shift
just being introduced as an influencer and content creator / as an anchor or entrepreneur. So yeah, it's high time. We do need that space, respect. Up to PM ji ne bhi bol diya, and I guess probably.
So of course, there is, and I think content creators also, a lot of people are living through your content vicariously, right?
Yeah.
And they get motivated, they get inspired to live that kind of life. And also, if we're speaking about travel, I'm sure there'll be a lot of followers who would want to follow suit and, let's say about solo travel or even traveling with family to unknown destinations, something that you'd not normally do, pick up your most comfortable destination. So we've seen that too. Yes, means I think you want to add something.
I would love to add one more thing. Like, I've been an entrepreneur and a hotelier. When I say that people are more respectful, I'm adding this thing to me. Our job is more, hardworking than a 9-to-5 job. People have a time limit. We don't have a time limit. If we have a work, if we have an event, if we have to go, we don't see time. We are working almost 24/7. So our time is not like itne baje jao, you are done. R is like a full day job, full day. You have to be available to the full day. And yes, we as a content creator, influencers, we have been adding stuff to the Instagram, to social media, so that our followers go there, they enjoy. The hard work is done by us, and our followers go and enjoy the places. So I think we are creating, we are directing them. We are showing a lot of new places because, to be very honest, people are just, if someone is traveling to Europe, the people will be like, Switzerland jana hai, Paris jana hai, yahan jana hai. They will be having some certain places. But if we content creator, we explore new places, we add on that, and the second thing, the place has the hype. And they get the business, then the followers enjoy. So this is our hard work, right?
Absolutely. Very well put. Yeah.
Also, unfortunately, we guys cannot show all shades of us on social media. So we live two kinds of lifestyle. I mean to say, we cannot be so upfrontly. For example, even though we guys not in the mood or something has happened, but if you have committed, if you're being paid, you'll have to show up. I mean to say, yesterday only something really happened at night. I couldn't even sleep, but see, today I'm here. I mean, no one can even make out that I was just up the whole night. So with us being a content creator influencer, there are a lot of things we guys don't speak about. We guys don't put it up on the
responsibility on our shoulders. A lot of responsibility.
And even though if you're just reposting someone else's status or any story, people like, something must be happening with her only. Don't we just liked it? हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ. It's just like there are a lot of things. People are ready to judge you anytime, anywhere.
No, absolutely. I think those are some interesting points made. Also, when we speak of going and shooting content on solo travels, because that is one medium through which solo travels really come up, through social media, right? People are getting inspired. Do you think there are certain destinations where, you don't want to go and shoot content because they're personally so meaningful that you don't want to probably market it on social media or showcase that on social media? Has that happened with you?
Yes. Till now I have covered 7 Jyotirlings. But for me, going there was for my peace. But then I realized that if I'm going somewhere and I'm worshipping, I think I should post this, because this might inspire our followers, our fans, things. But then I was in the back of the mind, yeah, this is very personal, shall I post or not? I was very confused. But then also I thought it's another responsibility on my shoulders, so I thought I should post. If I'm going to a fashion show, I will be posting that. If I'm having some fun, if I'm traveling US or Europe, I will be posting that. So why not this? I was a bit dicey, but then in the end of the day, I posted it.
I think as creators, we don't have that option.
Right.
We always have to kind of share our lives, but it's always in our hands to what extent we want to share and how we want to share. You know, there are means and ways of doing it. I feel your safety comes first. You know, in solo travel, I highly always recommend do not share any stories real time, because that could actually impact your safety. So always make sure whatever you do is at a timeline where you're comfortable, you're back at your hotel room. And also, we have all seen a lot of negative incidents in the past where a lot of accidents have happened because, you know, when you're doing solo travel, you have to be very aware.
Right.
You know, your awareness level has to be extremely high, you know. While taking content, you cannot always do that because you're so engrossed in taking content. So we've had some of the biggest names in the industry lose their life to this, you know.
Yeah.
So a lot of such stories you keep hearing. So I always feel take content, but make sure your safety comes first, and also make sure that you do not post real time.
Absolutely. I think those are some really interesting thoughts and insights that all of you made. And, you know, a lot can be carried out to people out there who want to begin with solo traveling themselves. A lot to look forward to, a lot to be cautious also about. But then, of course, you know, that's how you got to balance your travel experiences. Of course, not hamper them by being too cautious, but take that challenge and book that flight, take that ticket, go to an offbeat place. I think that's the way.
Solo travel is all about the perfect mix of freedom and fear.
That's a beautiful thought to end this conversation with. Thanks, Diksha. Thank you, Mia. And thanks, Means, for your lovely insights, for sharing your travel stories with us, and for inspiring us always. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I please request Ms. Jyoti Mayal to kindly come up and felicitate our wonderful panelists. Thank you. They deserve a huge round of applause for sharing their incredible travel stories online, offline. That was truly enigmatic in their own sense. Thank you. Well, there have been a lot of interesting discussions, conversations. We'd love to show a snapshot of what all we've covered in the event today at the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit. Here's a look.
Beach vacations or mountain retreats, cultural immersion or religious pilgrimages, a family getaway or an adventurous solo escape. Every traveler has a purpose and a dream to explore the unexplored, a dream to spend time with loved ones, a dream to find solace in nature walking. Yet, across every journey, one thing stands out distinctly: India's travel story, which is evolving one vacation at a time. To decode India's changing tourism landscape, we bring together diverse voices with distinctive on-ground perspectives on travel and tourism. 5 power-packed sessions under one roof and themes that matter the most. From navigating global travel disruptions to understanding how cultures and local communities are redefining destinations. From adopting artificial intelligence and tech-driven technologies to witnessing how Indian women are reshaping the narrative. By moving from being passive travelers to primary decision makers, prioritizing safety, autonomy, and experience. Meet these incredible explorers and changemakers shaping the future of travel and tourism. Welcome to the iconic Travel and Tourism Summit 2026, a one-stop destination where ambitious ideas converge into actionable strategies, shaping stronger policies and even deeper domestic and global connectivity. Because being iconic means creating an impact that remains forever.
And moving on, now we move to a very special fireside conversation. I would like to invite my colleague Shivan to kindly come up on stage and welcome our distinguished speaker, Shri Ashwini Lohane, Director of Prime Minister's Museum and Library Society, whose leadership has left a very lasting impact across sectors. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Nikita. Mr. Lohane, absolute pleasure to be able to sit here with you and discuss. Of course, there's lots to understand, and I definitely like you to come in as well wherever you feel like adding anything which is beyond the questions. It's just a conversation that we're having, sir. Sabse pehle, though, I definitely wanted to understand, as the Prime Minister's Museum and Library, you're the director, and I wanted to, from you directly, wanted to understand, how does an institution like this push India's rich culture, India's rich history and past events, and basically giving anyone who comes and attends here a means to understand what India has been through in the last 70 plus years and where it is heading perhaps going forward from here. I'm sorry, I'm bombarding you with the question as soon as you've said. Please take your time.
One is, this is a fireside chat. Where is the fire? बोलते हैं फायर साइड में होनी चाहिए ना. The tourism in India has not even been scratched. The tremendous potential. I mean, but having potential is, I have always regarded, having potential is not a good thing. It basically means that you have not done enough for tourism to prosper. Now, as far as my museum is concerned, it's not very well known so far. What we are trying to do is we're trying to promote it because it's a very unique thing. It's the only museum of its kind in the world. पूरी दुनिया में इस तरह का म्यूजियम नहीं है जो देश के सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों को या प्रेसिडेंट्स को, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव को ऑफ द कंट्री को कि लाइव विजन एंड कंट्रीब्यूशन को शोकेस करे. It's the only museum of its kind in the world. That is a uniqueness. It's a damn good museum. Not because I'm heading it, but because it's a damn good museum. It's got a tremendously rich content, extensive use of technology. Now we are making it tourist friendly also very much. But besides the museum, which is the only one of its kind in the world, Pradhan Mantri Museum and Library is also a research center. It's the finest research center in the country for research in modern and contemporary Indian history. It's got the biggest archives. I'll not say biggest, because that's perhaps the only archives of its kind in the country. Archives of personal documents of VVIPs and VIP organizations. Personal document. जैसे मेरी अलमारी में मेरे personal documents होंगे, वो मैं donate कर दूँ. हमारे तो कोई लेगा नहीं, but कोई VIP के हों. So it is the largest archives of its kind anywhere in the world. And it's got a massive library. It's got a planetarium which shows 7 shows a day. And it's got green spaces, restaurants, finest restaurant in Delhi, cafeteria, exhibition spaces. So it's a perfect tourist destination, bang in the heart of the city on 30 acres of land. Well, it needs promotion. We have started aggressively promoting it, started organizing events, started building collaterals. Tomorrow we have got the travel media of India coming to our place to show them. Last week we had a mainline media of India. So we are slowly promoting it.
So, since it's to do with India's past and perhaps ever since freedom, how our entire...
India में democracy का symbol है ये.
जी.
This showcases democracy. We also call it the house of democracy. Because India में democracy is flourishing, it is reflected in the number of prime ministers you have had. You had 15 prime ministers. Here the prime ministers change.
So do you plan to make it mandatory or mandatory थोड़ा सा वो restrictive हो जाता है word, maybe promote it or push it more in the educational sectors, especially for schools, for younger children? I think that they
we are contacting schools regularly, colleges. As it is about 1,500 to 2,000 people come to the museum every day. That's the number we are getting. Everybody who joins the government service, every single class 1 officer of the government services, it is mandated for him to come there to the museum. We are opening it up
and आगे चलते हुए इसकी क्या vision है? What do you foresee in the there is
आगे चलते vision तो ये है कि ये world के सबसे top museums में इसकी गिनती हो. It should be recognized as the finest museum in India and one of the top museums in the world. Our research center should be it is already there. It should get recognized as the finest research center in modern contemporary Indian history. That is a vision.
In which way do you feel, sir, that can be achieved, that it can be recognized on a global stage compared with the museums that we see in other parts of the world?
See, one is we have failed in showcasing it well so far. We are showcasing it. And then we are adding attractions. We are adding tourists.
थोड़ा बताएं, sir, how you plan to push it further in terms of showcasing?
Showcasing, creating news out of it, organizing events, getting the media there, getting travel writers there, to write about that, and promoting it as much as possible, using latest technology there.
In one of your earlier...
Typical measure how a tourist destination is showcased, how we took the Madhya Pradesh state forward. Basics we did just the basics, and then it became number 1.
In one of your earlier interviews, sir, I noticed that you had also explained and elaborated on how technology is deeply integrated into the Prime Minister's Museum and Library. If you can, just explain better, and that will only
we have got simulators,
tell people more.
We have got experiential galleries. We have just created a gallery of using artificial intelligence, wherein you can speak to Sardar Patel and Abdul Kalam. And I think in another week, 10 days, you'll be able to speak to Gandhi. Ask him questions. You can ask questions to Sardar Patel, personal questions, official questions, questions which may be very close to his heart or which may not be very close to his heart. You can ask him any question and he gives a reply based on historical documents. So use of artificial intelligence we have increased.
And sir, when you look at India as a tourist destination, you mentioned something in the beginning that we've not scratched the surface or beyond the surface. Do you feel so that in terms of our push for largely the tourism sector, is it more to do with, as you mentioned, that we're pushing the museum now? Has that been perhaps not at the fore of our push in the beginning? Where do you feel can be done more?
देखिए, tourism की growth के लिए infrastructure बहुत important है. Infrastructure, fundamental basic infrastructure की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. सड़कें अच्छी हालत में होनी चाहिए. Delhi is the gateway for international tourists to India. It's the gateway to Delhi and Mumbai are the 2 main gateways for international tourists. These cities should be clean. There should not be that much traffic. We should do something about the pollution. All this goes in making tourism. It is not only the tourist spot as such. वो बहुत शानदार होगा तो tourist दौड़ा चला आएगा, ऐसा नहीं है. You should have more the air seat capacity and the capacity of airports. Air seat capacity is getting utilized to the extent of about 85 to 88% right now. And the airport terminal utilization is to the level of 90%. So this is the maximum which you can achieve. You have to put in more airports. We have already moved in that direction. We started having a second airport in a city. Delhi has a second airport. Mumbai will be shortly having a second airport. Goa has a second airport. Airports are being made bigger. Nagpur is becoming bigger. Hyderabad became much bigger airport. So airport capacity has to go up. Then the flight capacity will go up. And then you will automatically have more number of tourists because that is the bottleneck right now. That was the bottleneck when I joined tourism sector in 1998. We were discussing about load factors and seat capacities. That is the bottleneck now. We have gone from 2 million to whatever it is, the number is 11 million, 12 millions. Just because the air seat capacity and the terminal capacity at airports increased. So we have to do that. We have to increase capacity of travel within India, trains, more tracks have to be put in, more roads are getting built now, that is a very good sign. So connectivity has to be improved. And along with connectivity comes signages. Signages has been my pet subject. Plaster the entire damn country with signages, tourist signages. It propels tourism. It propels tourism. Basically, tourism के 4-5 main focus areas हैं. One is information, one is facilitation, one is infrastructure, one is security, and one is cooperation. We have to give the basics for it to increase. Otherwise, we can keep on discussing the subject ad infinitum.
I'll come back to the museum, sir. As far as India's prime ministers are concerned, and of course the sequence with which they've come and the historical facts ever since independence, what aspects of it and what more do you feel is going to be added in terms of the museum and the library?
See, we had 15 prime ministers, right from Nehru to Modi, 15 prime ministers. Most of the content of the earlier 14 prime ministers is already frozen. But India is still developing, so that will get added. Whatever is news happening, that will get added. We have to plan for the future. We have to have exhibition galleries, more exhibition spaces, because I've got a wealth of information in my archives, which can be shown to the public, people at large. That is, we are looking at expansion of the museum. We're going to planning to add one more wing to the museum, and generally improve the spaces around. There is nothing much which we can do because our core subject is the prime ministers of India. It's going to remain that.
Largely, sir, what is the age group that gets attracted as of now? Because you mentioned something about the footfall on a daily basis, but to push that, or what's the age group? What's the
We get people from all age groups because this museum has experiential galleries, so children love it. They sit on simulators. They have a photograph. They take photograph with the Prime Minister of their choice. They have a selfie with the Prime Minister of their choice. They walk along with the Prime Minister of their choice. And they can get a letter signed from the Prime Minister. Well, there is a lot of experience which the children like. And there is a lot of information and knowledge which the elders like. In the gallery itself, you can know about the history of India, about the major events of India. You can know about that. And then we have a lot of things which the researchers like. We have got 32 fellowships for doing research in modern and contemporary Indian history. So we've got people from that age group also coming for our fellowships and for consulting the library and the archives. It's basically, and we have introduced good tourist facilities. We've got grand parking. We've got, perhaps I think Delhi's one of the top restaurants is there, Forest Table. And we've got a wonderful canteen. And it's a perfect, ideal tourist destination for a family which has elders, grandfather, father, small children. It got things for everyone.
And as far as pushing the boundaries, sir, do you feel you also have plans to push this and take the Prime Minister's museum and library beyond ambits of Delhi?
I don't know, it's too big a decision for my pay scale. But yes, definitely, seeing the success of this, that is one thought which can remain with us.
History is something that intrigues me a lot. I wanted to understand because ever since independence, of course, that's something, as you mentioned, that's the prime focus. So prime ministers of India, and that is going to remain the prime focus. But when we talk about museums, India's history, it goes far beyond, much before the Britishers, the Mughals, the Delhi Sultanate, and much before that as well. How much of that, sir, do you feel can be brought to the fore?
हर organization का एक focus होता है. I was director of the Rail Museum also, donkeys years back. उसका mandate था railway के इतिहास को संजो के रखना. It was confined to that. Now my organization right now has got two major components. One is the academic component, in which you deal with the research in modern contemporary Indian history. Modern contemporary basically means from 1857, mainly from 1857 onwards, some years overlapping here and there. And then there is a museum component which talks about the Prime Minister of India. That is from 1947 onwards. So that is the daira in which we are there and which we are going to remain.
And when it comes to India's tourism, I'll come back to that. What you find is perhaps the USP here, that because we see so many tourists and international and foreign nationals who would want to come and they just fall in love with the way, everything that they get to discover in the country. Go to the north, go to the south, go to the east, go to the west, every part, cuisines, cultures, dresses, everything is different, terrain is different, temperatures are different. How much of that do you feel gets encapsulated in our tourism push when we're attracting foreign nationals or anybody within the country also?
The foreign nationals I mentioned, it is a load factor which will decide the number. PLFs are very, very high, both of the airport and the aircrafts. We in India I've got the figures also, much lesser number of aircrafts as compared to any other country in the developed world. The number has to go up. It has to go up from 800 at present to about 1800. About 1,000 aircrafts are on order right now, 1,000, 1,200 aircrafts are on order. But if you look at the United States, you've got aircrafts in tens of thousands. And similarly, the airport seat terminal capacity, that is a constraint. For within India, again, it's basic. You have to have good interpretation, you have to have good signages, you have to have good roads, you have to have clean places. I wonder why we can't keep our places clean. वो हम लोग के कुछ blood में ही कि हम गंदगी पसंद करते हैं और our capital city is so dirty. So you have to, these fundamentals have to be provided. Tourism is never pushed. It happens on its own. It happens on its own. You have to make just the environment right. Then it will happen. Destinations तो बहुत है हमारे पास. भगवान का दिया हुआ विरासत में मिला हुआ बहुत है.
I think just maintaining that and retaining that is something that we need to do more upon. I get your point. I traveled once to Karnataka, Karwar, and then that's on the border with Goa and Karnataka, and gone to Gokarna also, and I was absolutely surprised because not one cup or tissue on the road was found. It was that clean. So I feel we know how to do it. Do you agree with that? Maybe every part needs to just understand how important that is, because it is being implemented in some parts of the country for sure.
There's many reasons हैं उसके, but it has to be, it's a subject which is extremely, extremely important not only for tourism but for life as such. It has to be taken up in mission mode by the nation.
Absolute pleasure speaking with you, sir. And hearing, you've been extremely candid since the time you've come, not holding back your thoughts or giving any kind of sugar-coated answers. You, जो है वैसे आपने बता दिया, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time. And absolute pleasure having you here with us. A round of applause.
Well, thank you so much, very much, sir, for your very substantial and engaging insights. It was truly a pleasure to have you with us today. Now, may I please request Mr. Raktim Das, CEO Z Media Corporation Limited, and Ms. Jyoti Mayal to kindly felicitate Mr. Ashwini Lahani. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Requesting all of you to kindly stay back on the stage. Requesting everyone to please stay back on the stage. We're moving forward to our final felicitation of the day. Yeah. We're moving to our final set of awards for the day, recognizing excellence and contribution across the travel and tourism sector. Starting with the first category, Vibrant State of India, goes to Gujarat Tourism. And we have with us Mr. Harendra Singh Dhabi, AGM, Marketing and Promotions, Tourism Corporation of Gujarat Limited. Congratulations. Heartiest congratulations. Next up is the category of Responsible and Sustainable Inbound Travel Specialist. The award goes to Travel Art Maestros, and we have with us Mr. Rajiv Duggal, co-founder and director, Travel Art Maestros. Congratulations. Heartiest congratulations. Next up is the category of Preferred International Tour Operator, and the award goes to Southern Travels Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Krishna Mohan Alapati, Managing Director, Southern Travels. Congratulations. Next up is the category of Creating Wedding Vows in Hospitality, and the award goes to Le Meridian, and we have with us Ms. Meena Bhatia, Vice President, Le Meridian, New Delhi. Congratulations, ma'am. Heartiest congratulations, Ms. Meena. Next up is the category of Global Visa Service Provider. The award goes to VFS Global. And we have with us Ms. Yumi Talwar, the Chief Operating Officer at VFS Global. Heartiest congratulations. Huge round of applause. Here's to celebrating travel and innovativeness in this field. Next up is the category of Emerging MICE and Events Agency, and the award goes to Miramo, and we have with us Mr. Chetan Juneja, Managing Director at Miramo. Congratulations, sir. Heartiest congratulations to all the awardees for creating milestones for themselves and for the upliftment of the industry as a whole. Heartiest congratulations to all. Well, as we come to the close of a truly insightful and inspiring day, it's time to express our gratitude. On behalf of WION, I extend our sincere thanks to all our esteemed dignitaries, panelists, and speakers, and attendees for being a part of the WION Iconic Travel and Tourism Summit in association with Red Hat Communications. Your ideas and perspectives have made today not just a dialogue, but a step forward in reimagining the future of travel. Thank you so much for being with us. And well, now we invite you to join us for the networking session and our opportunity to unwind, connect, and celebrate the spirit of travel. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. And for all your future adventures, happy and safe travels. Thank you so much.